Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, track announcer John G. Dooley coming from out of the Cincinnati bullpen. Jimmy McInerney pinch hitting today for Rachel McLaughlin. And Jimmy Mac, we start off the week with 10 races. Nice to see the sun. So clear skies, a fast main track, but we're off the turf course.
Yeah, it's starting to hopefully trend towards a drier week, and it does, like John said, kick off the 4-day race week. We have that special Saturday to kind of make up for that rained out Wednesday with that noon post. But dry right now, although we are off the turf, but the track is fast. Jerry
mentioned that was a weather-related cancellation last Wednesday. We ran on Thursday, by the way. Once again, saying cheers to all the horse players that follow us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis all season long. It's a 123-day race meet. It's a long one, but on Thursday we handled over $3.3 million, a card in which we had over $155,000 in carryovers going in.
Yeah, trifecta of carryovers, both pick fives and that late $1 Itoba pick four, and it was a great card.
Yeah, 100%. And again, thanks to all of you that join us here on track, and certainly all that tune in. Maybe you're already a subscriber to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. We certainly appreciate all of you. We appreciate the job that our friends at the Weather Authority Fox 59 do day in and day out, especially with some of that stormy weather we had here last week in town. Jimmy, for the official race day forecast, sunny start to the race week here. Let's check in with Krista McInerney at Fox 59 for the weather forecast. Krista?
A great afternoon to be out at the track. We'll see plenty of sunshine on through the rest of the afternoon and a partly cloudy sky on into the evening hours. We are dry all day long. We'll see high temperatures in the lower 80s. By 8 o'clock, we're down to about 77 degrees. You can see we stay nice and quiet on Futurecast as we head through the rest of the day. Enjoy the races.
All right, the Weather Authority, Fox 59's Krista McInerney with the weather look in here, sneak peek of the preview of what we're expecting as far as the conditions go today, and certainly a nice day on tap for all of you racegoers joining us here and those tuning in. Main track is fast. Going back to our Thursday racing program, Jimmy, I mentioned they handle over $3.3 million as we had those carryovers going in. In fact, later on in the card, we had a pentafecta carryover to boot. So
yeah, it was like $4,800.
Four in total carryover-wise on Thursday, and certainly the horse players supported us here at the track. Speaking of on track, sprint feature of the day. We've been talking about trainer Randy Klopp vying for another training title here this season. Let's go back to Thursday's racing action, and the sixth race was right just past halftime here at the track, and slam dunk justice, Jimmy, and Large Pour, they really put each other to the sword. Look at those fractions, sub 22, battled through a half in 44 and change, 5 furlongs in just under 57 seconds, but certainly it's set up for a legal contact in Irving Moncada for Randy Klopp here.
Yeah, 1 and 2 on the day for Randy, and just held on there by a neck, but run into that fast pace, and you got good odds on that horse, 4 to 1 on a horse that's exited, and a pretty good performance in the previous start.
109.73, Randy Klopp on the march to 1,000 career victories. Got a couple closer after Thursday's racing card here. Now 7 away from that milestone mark is Randy Klopp, and again, one of those perennial powerhouses here in the Hoosier State. Speaking about the race replays from Thursday, that was a legal contact. Amir Mendoza certainly having himself a terrific meet here, right there in line for the Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award at season's end, but now a journeyman jockey is Amir Mendoza, doing the business for John Harron. This was the 9th race here on Thursday's card before we had the quarter horse finale. Set up nicely for Don't Look Back. Kind of was perched right off those leaders. Dreaming Collect, Too Faded. Cavatelli boxed on nicely for Alex Ashar, 14 to 1. Don't Look Back just looked forward and got the win.
Yeah, got the win. Decent price, 7 to 2. You'll see there, and really showed some tenacity. Looked like the other horse was going to come back and get him, but like you said, the kid's lost his bug, doing very well quietly. Is inched up to 6th at the meet. Got the win there for John Harron, who's near the top of the standings himself as well.
Harron Thoroughbreds, too. We think of Tiana Richardville, Thirsty Acres vying for the owner's crown here at Meet's End, and now we're past halfway of the 2026 race meet here, so still months to go as we keep our eyes on the calendar as we turn the page to September on to October, November, the final month of the season here at the track. So good time here on the pre-race show to check out the leaderboard going into our racing program here today. Trainer side of things, Jimmy, we mentioned Randy Klopp, 7 away from 1,000 career victories. That milestone trails Gennaro Garcia by a score of 38-30 there with John Herron vying for the bronze medal. Fernando de la Cruz, 51 wins, the first jockey to go over the half-century of wins mark at the meet.
Yeah, really, nothing's cut and dry here. We're just on the back half of the meet here. Like you said, Randy just 8 away. He has 6 in today. John Herron has 7 in today. So these guys, it just takes a couple good days here at the track and get lucky, and they can tighten that things up. Same with the jockey, 16 wins in front there for Fernando, but nobody's home and cooled yet.
Also, when you look at the leaderboard here, talking about the meet that Amir Mendoza's having. I mean, Joe Ramos is a past champion here with 26 victories.
Yeah, multiple champion. He's tied with him.
And Alberto Burgos a couple seasons ago won the title.
Yeah, yeah. So everybody on that list, with the exception of Mitchell, who we just got into our colony here a couple of years ago, he's steadily every year getting more and more businesses climbing his way. But yeah, Amir Mendoza, for just losing the bug, he's in amongst some good names and past champions there.
That hashtag Bet Mitch Get Rich, that came into play on Thursday's card too, with Alexis Soap ringing up a nice victory to get Mitchell right there into the bronze medal spot for the season. Again, a 123-day race meet, and we're now past halfway. Talking about the week ahead, racing today, tomorrow, Thursday from 2:10. Special post time on Saturday. Again, we had that stormy stretch of weather. Last Wednesday we canceled, and the track was approved to add a race card here. That'll be this coming Saturday, and Jimmy Mack, you're at the entries being drawn for it today, and also we'll run the snack and the Ellen's Lucky Star.
Yeah, both of those handicaps back there, $100,000 handicaps for the 3-year-olds, and some good quality fields there, including Mr. T comes back. We get to see him in the snack. I'm looking forward to him. He, I think maybe was he our 2-year-old champion last year? Maybe?
Yeah, after that win in the Indiana Futurity. Yeah.
So, yeah, good quality card there. 10 races, I believe, on tap that day. And, again, that first post noon. And try to take down some big pools there. I expect sizable pools there. I know we're excited about it. That card that had them carryovers initially was for this card. So we've already done our handicapping for this card, just, several of the races.
Mr. T coming, of course, tackled the open horses in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby here on the biggest day of thoroughbred racing in the Hoosier State.
Ran an okay race.
100%. Mr. T, one of those taking part in our premier races here on Saturday, by the way. Switching, we have a couple of quarter horse dashes, by the way. The 9th and 10th to wrap up the card here today. 6:15, around 6:46 for the finale. We kick off the card at 2:10. Our sister track over there in Anderson, not only were they braving the weather last week and over the weekend, but they got some news. They're going to be hosting the Hamiltonian.
Yeah, I read that. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, sure is. Hoosier Park.
We're just about 45-minute drive from here. Head over and see it. I'm going to go.
Here they come.
I love it.
It's exciting. Love it. The Hamiltonian. Today's contest for all of you horse players that love contests that we feature often daily here each week at the track. Well, today it is Beat the Bot. It is the contest. It's week 4 as you take on, and there he is, AI Andy.
Alan.
He's looking, yeah.
Is it? Am I wrong?
I always think of Andy Byer and it's AI Allen. But no, there he is, Jimmy Mack, Beat the Bot. How about today's contest? It's week 4.
Yeah, it's a great contest to get involved here. Week 4, entry forms available at that first floor OTB counter. Races 3 through 7, you can just get them in by 3:10, and available to both players on track and line as well. Some good prizes up for grabs there.
Always remember Andy Byer, the Byer speed figures, but it's AI Allen doing the business in the contest.
Looks like Andy a little bit, younger Andy.
Take part in the contest today. Not only if you're joining us here on track, but those of you that are tuning in. Again, we've got over 11,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel. Hope you check us out there. Horseshoe Indy Contest.
A lot of info on there.
At
you can watch it live. You can even go on when we're not racing and take a look at the track edition, watch them train even sometimes. So really good feature there.
After we wrap up Saturday's added card here, we'll have no live race. Well, actually this week, no live racing on Friday. We have that card on Saturday kicking off at noon. Then no live racing this coming Sunday. But we'll be back Monday through Thursday, a little stretch of races coming up next week here. And Monday, the return of another, speaking of contest, it's Dooley's Legends. That'll be back for all of our horse players coming on the 24th. Now, a little different format. I mean, Demi Knox and Eric and Rachel, they put their collective minds together and say, what can we do different for Dooley's Legends this year? $100 for a weekly winner, and then the finale will be on Monday, November the 9th, and it's weekly on races 3 through 7, so a little bit of a different format this year, but always glad to offer this for the fans.
Yeah, not going always towards that final on Monday the 9th, $1,500 up for grabs, so just with the exception on Monday, September 2nd, there'll be no contest, but do a lot for the fans here, and a lot for not even just the ones on site here, the ones online too. That's a big thing, and guys really appreciate that.
Yeah, with BA's hat trick. You talk about Racing Rachel's Warriors, that contest for our those of you that are joining us here at the track each and every Wednesday, all the way through the final month of the meet in November. So a lot of contest action for all of you to take part in. Please do. If you're on track, First Floor OTB, while you're there, you can check out the Railbirds gift shop. Jimmy took a look. He thought about picking up an item or two, but of course he had to get here to the set.
I got here a little later. I'm going to stock up after the third.
And all of you playing today's contest, Beat the Bot with AI Allen. That is at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Thanks to our great sponsors here of racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis this year, even in seasons past. Cheers to our friends at Murphy Trailer Sales, talking about Bruce Murphy, Lori Murphy. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach them at 765-361-8803. B&H Electric, they always light up your life. They've got locations in town, also Seymour and in Bloomington. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. Also, Midwest Rancher, Jimmy Mack, they've got, they're on the web, and they can, fans or horsemen can reach out to them too.
Yeah, and get them at midwestrancher.com and see the phone number there on the screen. They're located nearby over in Seymour, and I've used their services already.
Check out the dealership that we've got from our friends at Russ Hubler Ford. Start your engines there. The dealership is in Greensburg. They're on the web at russhublerford.com. You can ring them up at 812-663-7621. Be sure to follow us on social media if you'd like to reach out to us. You can certainly check me out there on X at John G. Dooley. Often a lot to talk about, not only on racing days, but horse racing Twitter. Always a follow, even on the dark days. Jimmy McInerney's there on X, sticking to the business of.
I'm back. I'm glad to be on there. It's been a pretty interesting week there on the X the last couple of days.
At Jimmy_McInerney, and of course Fernanda de la Cruz leads the meet with 51 wins. So some action there. Martha Clausen's got a couple of quarter horse dashes to cover. She always takes part in the conversation on X. There at Martha Clausen, and Brian Aragoni. There's Baby, a BA's hat trick, and talking about contests here featured each year at Horseshoe Indianapolis. BA's hat trick, one of those. You can follow Brian on X at Mr. B Analyst, and TrackWise, we've got you covered not only on X but also check us out on Instagram. And I mentioned again, we certainly appreciate all of you subscribers on our YouTube channel. Check us out there at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing on YouTube. 36 minutes away from the first of the day, sunny skies. We certainly appreciate the Weather Authority's Fox 59's
looked all clear. Thank you, Krista.
Joining Jimmy McInerney, and yours truly here on the pre-race show, and all main track card that is fast. No carryovers on the program here today, but of course, if you're wagering on the pick fives, including that 50-cent early pick five starting on the opener daily, those pick fives do feature the low 11.99% takeout. Quick commercial break here on this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. When the pre-race show returns, we know it as the B block.
Mr. B.
Back with Brian Aragoni and a look at the 50-cent early pick five right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. And now you can race to victory with TwinSpires tournaments.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, live racing on a Tuesday, kicking off the card on a Tuesday. We've also got Saturday night racing this week as well, so certainly want to join us for that. But the rain has dissipated, and we are currently in drying out status. Hopefully, if you're in Indiana, you're in a safe position and ready to relax after some storms caused some mass chaos in Shelbyville and around really the Midwest, especially here in Indiana. But we are thankful to be on a fast main track. Kudos to our team. They did an amazing job getting us back to fast, and hopefully we'll be on the turf later on in the week. I'm not sure we'll make it on Wednesday, but hopefully some turf racing as the week moves on and we continue to dry out. 70 yards kicks us off. We'll crown a maiden in the opener. Do scratch number 5, 3 Mean Girls. I'm going to single right away. Rumors are flying. I don't mind singling in the opener. A lot of people like to single late in the card or mid. Maybe they get their entertainment value or whatnot. But I am fearless when it comes to singling in the opener because I do know that another pick 4 begins in race number 2. You can dive into those daily doubles or pick 3s as well. Turf to dirt in play for Rumors Are Flying. What a fitting name Rumors Are Flying would be to get into the winner's circle. 4-year-old filly, Bob Dobbs, Millard, Burgos calling the shots in here. I like that this horse is well spaced. Maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Some of the others in here, maybe the main challengers would be the 4 and the 6. They have been at the claiming ranks, or at least Fluttered by Zoe has been in the past. And I like that Rumors Are Flying is dropping for the first time of the career, stretched out last time, tried the turf for the first time, 2 turns for the first time, now goes back to the main track and gets class relief today for Rumors Are Flying. A single for me in the opener. Race number 2, scratch 1 and 2 out of this event. Wildwood Queen and Rapido Rosa are out. 6 furlongs going to be the distance. Very nice optional 20 in here for 3-year-old fillies and up. We'll go 4, 5, and 7. I think She Makes a Point, along with Sweet Scorecard and Arisu, are the logical contenders. The one I might draw your eye to is a horse you may have overlooked the first time, is She Makes a Point for Bruno. 8-year-old mare who doesn't love to win. In fact, she's 1 for 8 over the last 2 years. She hasn't made a start here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we see quite often, a lot of times, horses new to Horseshoe Indianapolis goes 1 of 2 ways. There are very few in the middle ground. They either win and they love the track and they move up immensely, or they don't take to it at all. I think this horse certainly has upside, hasn't been seen since June of last year. Comes in for Felipe Nickel. Some Norm McKnight numbers would certainly win this race. However, it has been quite a long time. You'd have to go back to April of last year that those numbers were jumping off the page. Since then, you can make an argument that this horse just does not like the synthetic or the turf, although she was a winner on the turf and the synthetic in the past. We'll see if She Makes a Point can get the job done in here. 4, 5, and 7 for yours truly in the second. Race 3, no scratches or changes in this upcoming event. 8 of them will go to the gate. Very nice allowance group in this spot. 6 furlongs on a fast main track. I'm going to pretty much hit the all button in here. No offense to Lil Muggs and Tiz Eddie, who are not on this, but we're very close to hitting the all button in this spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. I think many are going to lean into Sleepy as a potential single. I wouldn't blame you if you do. I just ultimately think that this race is very competitive. Sleepy has run some monster efforts in the last 3 times. Sleepy has run too good to lose and still found ways to lose. In both Goldwyn, CJ Storm, and Envision was beaten at 3-5 last time out. That's a troublesome trend for me for a horse who won 5 out of 10 starts last season and has now lost 3 heartbreakers while running very well over the past couple times. I don't like that trend, so I think we could potentially see an upset in the making. I would not blame you if you lean into Sleepy as a potential single. The horse makes a lot of sense, but 3 defeats in a row, I think, is going to be odds on today and could potentially be vulnerable in the third race. Race 4, no scratches or changes, kicks off today's late flyer 5, 1 mile and 70 yards in here, 11.99% takeout each and every day. Here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, another race that I think is completely wide open. 3-year-old fillies, all bred in the state of Indiana, non-winners of 2. Looks like we're going to have some double-digit odd prices that you might want to take a look at, including Pernicious Meeks down to 10%. She's been a little chilly lately. She got off to a hot start here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Haven't been bringing them home like she was earlier in the year. I think Pernicious has some upside off of a very good second-place finish in a race that they kind of crawled home. But I do think maybe we'll take the 2 turns in this spot as The Sibs made over 100K for Bernicia, so I think there's certainly some upside in there. A couple of other long shots you might want to take a look at could be in the way of number 6, Happy Match. Fernando de la Cruz riding for Bob Gorham. They don't team up all that often, but when they do, they win at 15%. A horse off of a long layoff should be fresh today, along with Quibble, and then your outside runner, Swift B, at 4-1, who I do expect is going to go off favorite. Race 5 is an off-turf event. This is the first of the day that was originally carded for the turf on a surface change. With those scratches, we have 7 of them set to go to the post, a mile and a 16th. Also kicks off today's Itoba pick 4. We'll use 3, 4, 7, and 13. Comical that the main track only is 20-1. I don't see this going to happen in here. The horse finds a decent spot. 20-1 for Fernando de la Cruz and Brad Cox. I'm not sure how that's going to play out, but if this horse is 20-1, I will certainly be diving into those pools, being by Maximum Security, who, if you ask me, the record books will not show, but Maximum Security did win the Kentucky Derby in the slop, albeit I didn't get my payouts on Maximum Security in the slop with Gary and Mary West, but we'll see if Final Thoughts can run like his father did on the class drop. Maximum Security got the maiden breaking score in a maiden claiming event. This one could as well. 20-1. What a steal the main track only would be at 20-1. 3, 4, 7, and 13 for yours truly. A challenging day of horizontal play here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No real standout singles. We're off the turf on an all-fast track, and we are thankful that the talented Jimmy Mack is joining us for plenty of analysis action as well. The man is uber talented. He can call races. He finds winners with his jocks repeatedly. In fact, just dominating from a jockey agent's perspective with wins and racking up the money there. He also wins some tourneys as well. And then he can give some analysis as well. So I'm going to sit back, relax, and enjoy listening to 2 of the best in the business, Jimmy Mack and John G. Dooley, on a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck today.
A race day added here to the schedule at Horseshoe Indianapolis, as we will be racing this coming Saturday, the 22nd, with a special post time of noon. This coming Saturday's card will feature both the Snack and the Ellen's Lucky Star handicaps. Our premier races. Hope you can join us here this Saturday, post time at noon. Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Sunny skies here in town. Temperatures in the 80s. All main track card. We are off the turf course. All 10 races today will be run on the main track, and the main track label fast. If you have your From Gate to Glory track programs near, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program under sunny skies. The maiden distaff opener kicks off the 50-cent early pick 5 on the card. Low 11.99% takeout. And in the opener, scratch number 5, 3 Mean Girls. Number 5, 3 Mean Girls has been scratched from the maiden opener. Starts the early pick 5 off. The $1 early pick 4 daily starts on the seconds of the day. And in the sprint at 2:41. Scratch number 1, Wildwood Queen, and take out number 2, Rapido Rosa. Scratch the 1 and the 2. Number 4, She Makes a Point. The jockey will be Amir Mendoza. Amir Mendoza rides number 4, She Makes a Point, in the sprint. In the third, number 4, Face the Future. A change of jockey to the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz. Starts the day and week on 51 wins here this season. Fernando de la Cruz on 4, Face the Future. That's in race 3. On to the fourth we go. Here for the start to the 50-cent late fire 5. No scratches. Number 4, Maximum Spirit, a change of jockey to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica will ride number 4, Maximum Spirit. The fifth race, Maiden, is off the turf. This will now be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 1, Blazing. 2, the Blue Factor. Take out number 5, McGinnis. Scratch the 6, J. David. 9, Force Multiplier has been withdrawn. Scratch 11, Zeta. 14, Nicodou. And scratch number 15, Survival Lore. 13, Final Thoughts, entered by Brad Cox as a main track only, will run. Final Thoughts, the number 13, runs in the maiden. Number 3, Star Saver, jockey change to Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell rides number 3, Star Saver. Fifth race, main track, over the mile and a 16th, and again the 13 runs as you see there. In the sixth race at 4:45, from the sprint, scratch number 5, Lambe. Number 5, Lambe, has been scratched for Latigo. A change of rider to Alexander Crispin. Alexander Crispin will handle the reins on the 11-time winner. Number 4, Latigo. Number 9, J.R. Shadowboy. And 3 pounds to the program weight makes it 117. And the 7th of our 10. And this the second taken off the turf course. The 5th and this will be run over the main track. They're the 2 that are off the turf. Mile and a 16th. Scratch 5, Good Point. The 6, Memphis Pharaoh. Scratch 8, River Redemption. Take out the 10, That's Life. Scratch number 11, Underappreciated. 12, Come Out Tonight. And scratch the 14, Zach. Once again, scratch the 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, number 12, and the 14 all have been scratched. Number 2, Huevos Doro, a change of jockey to Summer Pauly. There's that change of rider. Summer Pauly will ride number 2, Huevos Doro. Number 7, Summer Lover. Make the jockey Marcelino Pedroza Jr. will partner the 6-time winner. That's Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on 7, Summer Lover. And number 13, Little Jake draws in. Tim Eggleston's main track only, and the jockey will be Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica on 13, Little Jake in MTO. On to race 8 we go. Maiden sprint here at 5:47. Scratch number 11, Trouble on the Green. Number 11, Trouble on the Green, has been scratched. Number 7, Almo. Here a change of jockey to Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez on 7, Almo. And a couple of overweights. Number 3, On Comet on Cupid, plus 1 pound. Number 6, Quality Notion, 2 pounds over. And the first of 2 quarter horse dashes on the day. 9th race maiden over the 330 yards. Scratch 3, County Line Bill. 4, Dynasty Apolitical. And take out number 12, Magical Shavado. That's in the 9th. Scratch the 3, 4, and the number 12. Number 11, Jess A-Lookin', draws in and will break from post position number 3. Number 11, Jess A-Lookin', draws in, will break from post position number 3. Scratch 3, 4, and the 12. No rider changes. These overweights. The 1, Loves Running Big, plus 5. Number 2, Apolitical Hippie, 5 over. Number 5, SC Sotel, plus 3 pounds. Number 6, Flight Attendant, 5 over. Number 7, First Republic, plus 2 pounds, makes the weight there now 128. And number 10, Nayo de Oro, plus 3 pounds. Scratch 3, 4, and 12. That's from the 9th. 10th race due at 6:43. Here, scratch the also eligibles. 11, CV Paint Your Tools, and the 12, Let's Kick It. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 and the 12. 10 run in the maiden juvenile. Hero in 300 yards, and these overweights. 2, Big Daddy's Lover, plus a pound. 3, AJK Raylor, 5 over. Number 4, Dashing for a Kiss, plus 7 pounds. Number 5, GV Winner's Blood, 4 pounds over, there to 128. Number 7, KV Powers, plus 1 pound. 8, Cat's Bad Habit, add 4 pounds to the weight. Number 9, Running for the Roses, 2 pounds over, now 126 corrected there. And number 10, Chelsea Dashin, 7 pounds over, scratch the also eligibles, 11 and 12. There are the changes. A tenor on tap, under sunny skies, mid-80s. It's an all main track card. 5th and 7th are off the turf, main track fast. Horses in the walking ring for the maiden distaff opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Current pool, $22,540. Pick 5's here. Low daily, 11.99% takeout. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for Riders Up. The horses call postword for the first race. And the maiden distaff here over the 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 8. Number 5, 3 Mean Girls, has been scratched from the race card. Scratch number 5, 3 Mean Girls. Race 1 of 10 on the day. All main track card, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Here for the start of the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast track, 2 minutes. 2 post time. Beautiful Esther was first to step onto the track. Beautiful Esther. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. All main track card, main track fast. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Beautiful Esther first in. Summer Pauly, Higher Wish coming up. Joins Beautiful Esther. Joseph Romero with Dreaming Bonita has taken her position in the starting gate. Ramir Mendoza with Tornada's Quest. Joseph Biomer with Nancy C. Loaded at 14 to 1 odds. Alberto Burgos with Rumors Are Flying. Rumors Are Flying at 8 to 5, the first favorite. Right now, 9 to 5 on Dreaming Bonita. There's 5 to 1 on Flutter by Zoe. At 1 mile and 70 yards for the first of 10 on the day. Hanalehi, Flutter by Zoe, the conveyance mare coming up. Flutter by Zoe. One more Micah Meeks with Corgis and Cows. All 10 races today on the main track. Main track fast, here comes the first. They're in the gate. Going running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Flutter by Zoe, sharp away. Corgis and Cows with an early bid, and Nancy C. right there, engaging them toward the inside for Joseph Biomer as they enter the first turn. It's Nancy C. Nancy C. is just in front from the gray. Flutter by Zoe between horses, and Corgis and Cows in the 3-path and close up at the 6.5. In the meantime, with Summer Pauly, Higher Wish is fourth upon settling as they go to the back. Rumors Are Flying to the purple cap. Break of 5 more to Dreaming Bonita, who's flanked on the outside by Tornada's Quest, and Beautiful Esther trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter was 23.53 seconds. Now with Hanalehi, it's Flutter by Zoe, who's moved through to take the lead from Corgis and Cows, who's second on the outside for Micah Meeks as they go past the half mile. Higher Wish is drawing a beat on them from third. Nancy C. showed that speed but has dropped back. Alberto Burgos and Rumors Are Flying making headway. Dreaming Bonita is drawn to within 5 lengths off these leaders. Following Dreaming Bonita, Beautiful Esther with her bid, and the trailer Tornada's Quest in 8th. Half mile, 47.74 seconds, far turn run. Flutter by Zoe just leads, a close-up Corgis and Cows. They're head-to-head now on the edge of the quarter pole, and Rumors Are Flying third in range. Higher Wish is right there spying a gap. Dreaming Bonita circling up on the far outside. Beautiful Esther, Tornada's Quest, and Nancy C. tailed off, and they're into the stretch. 3/4, 1 to 13.50 seconds, a furlong away. And its Rumors Are Flying, slightly edging left while under pressure. And here's Dreaming Bonita for Joseph Romero. Dreaming Bonita up to Rumors Are Flying. Rumors Are Flying for Alberto Burgos, holds Dreaming Bonita by 2. Rumors Are Flying to win it from Dreaming Bonita. Higher Wish. Beautiful Esther finished fourth. .144.84 after the maiden. 3-6-1-8 done official. First number 3, Rumors Are Flying at 6-5. Number 6, Dreaming Bonita at 5-2, the runner-up, making her 12th career start. One Higher Wish at 4-1 was third, and 8 Beautiful Esther 17-1 fourth. So 144.84 to start. Fast Track and the first favorite home. Brody's Cause filly here in the maiden. Alberto Burgos for Rob Dobbs Jr. Miller Selden, Revocable Trust. The first favorite starts the early pick 5. Pool $84,974. Early pick 5 pool. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the Blue 3. Rumors Are Flying with Alberto Burgos. Rumors Are Flying. 4-year-old Dark Mare Brown filly by Brody's Cause. Out to the Maria's Bond Mare. Kitty's Comet. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for breeder owner. Scott Selden's Miller Selden. Revocable Trust. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Rumors Are Flying. Out to the maiden ranks. Race 1 official. First results in. 3-6 exacta. Paid $15 even. 50-cent trifecta. 3-6-1, $10.90. Beautiful Esther ran 4th in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta. 3-6-1-8. Returned $18.57. Top of an all main track card. The 5 was a non-runner. Favorite first. 8 ran 144.84. 23 minutes away from race 2. In the sprint, scratch 1 Wildwood Queen and the 2 Rapido Rosa. Scratch the 1 to the number 2. Number 4, she makes a point. The jockey will be Amir Mendoza. Amir Mendoza rides number 4. She makes a point in the sprint. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Race 2 starts another rolling double pick 3 and daily. First leg of the $1 early pick 4, races 2 through 5. Fast Track. Post time will be at 2:43 in all cases if you can. On this sunny day in town, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden distaff. Hope you had a bet on Rumors Are Flying. First, they're in the gate. Going running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Flutter by Zoe. Sharp away. Corgis and Cows with an early bid, and Nancy C. right there engaging them toward the inside for Joseph Bimmer as they enter the first turn. It's Nancy C. Nancy C. is just in front from the gray. Flutter by Zoe between horses, and Corgis and Cows in the 3-path and close up at the 6.5. In the meantime, with Summer Poley, Higher Wish is 4th upon settling as they go to the back. Rumors Are Flying to the purple cap. Break of 5 more to Dreaming Bonita, who's flanked on the outside by Tornada's Quest, and Beautiful Esther trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter was 23.53 seconds. Now with Hannah Leahy, it's Flutter by Zoe, who's moved through to take the lead from Corgis and Cows, who's second on the outside for Micah Meeks as they go past the half mile. Higher Wish is drawing a beat on them from third. Nancy C showed that speed, but has dropped back. Alberto Burgos and Rumors Are Flying making headway. Dreaming Bonita is drawn to within 5 lengths off these leaders. Following Dreaming Bonita, Beautiful Esther with her bid, and the trailer Tornada's Quest in 8th. Half mile 47.74 seconds, far turn run. Flutter by Zoe just leads, a close-up Corgis and Cows. They're head-to-head now on the edge of the quarter pole. And Rumors Are Flying third in range. Higher Wish is right there spying a gap. Dreaming Bonita circling up on the far outside. Beautiful Esther, Tornada's Quest, and Nancy C tailed off, and they're into the stretch. 3/4, 1 to 13.50 seconds, a furlong away. And its Rumors Are Flying, slightly edging left while under pressure. And here's Dreaming Bonita for Joseph Romero. Dreaming Bonita up to Rumors Are Flying. Rumors Are Flying for Alberto Burgos, holds Dreaming Bonita by 2. Rumors Are Flying to win it from Dreaming Bonita, Higher Wish. Beautiful Esther finished 4th. First.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
We have an update to the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Due to some inclement weather, we did have to reschedule a couple of our premier races that we were going to have. They've been moved to Saturday, August 22nd. First post is noon. We've added this makeup day of racing for the canceled card that we had on Wednesday, August 12th. Please join us Saturday, August 22nd for our premier racing card featuring the $100,000 Ellen's Lucky Star and the snack. Good luck.
Rumors are flying that Mr. B is alive in the pick five. His single gets home there as rumors are flying, holds off the late charge there of Dreamin' Bonita to take race number one. And race number two coming up in just about 10 minutes. Couple of scratches. The two inside horses are out. Number one, Wildwood Queen, and the two, Rapido Rosa. Both are out. Takes us down to a field of five. Right now, 3 for 5 on Sweet Scorecard as we take a closer look at this filly and mare optional claimer here to go 6 panels on the fast main. If Sweet Scorecard wins, I wouldn't be surprised. I am going to use the horse, but I'm going to try to beat her with the horse I thought might be a little bit of a better price. And any of the top 3 horses I talk about, I think can win. I thought Arisal would be overlooked a little bit with those 2 scratches out. I really thought Sweet Scorecard would take the money, and in fact she is. But Arisu there you see is looking to give Alberto Bogarts the early daily double, and what a really good looking chestnut filly here. Now for a 6-year-old, she's lightly raced, 16 starts, but she's 10 for 16 in the money, 25% lifetime winner, and you gotta like her. Although being lightly raced, she was second last time in behind Tennessee Honeybee. That one has since went to Delaware, and I think her most recent start, she was a second in a starter allowance up there. Now she's had that 1 start since February when racing on the synthetic, as you see her coming out of her stall here after the overgirth's put on to stretch out a little bit. And Arisu, she's versatile, and I think she merits a big chance. I think 9 to 5 is a good price. I like that she's well drawn to the inside here. And with all the money coming in the Sweet Scorecard, I think it's one, if you're playing a pick 4, which starts here in race number 2, that you want to add to your ticket. You're going to get a little bit of value, low takeout, dollar base bet. What's not to like? Arisu, and comes from the barn of Randy Klopp, who has 6 horses entered today. He's just 7 wins away from 1,000, I believe. So multiple leading trainer here, Charlie and Grant Turner. The owners of this one are in the house. I did see him down there on the first floor when I walked in. So Arisu is the one I'm going to put on top here. Now, Sweet Scorecard, we talked about her. She is 3 to 5. She comes from a barn who is absolutely in fuego right now. Tim Eggleston, and I seen the ownership group walking in the paddock when I was down there a little bit ago. 514 Racing, they're here in the house as well. It's probably their money here making her 3 to 5. But she's a 4-year-old daughter, well bred by Vacoma, out of that Hold Me Back mare, Sweet Hallery. And this is another one who has 3 wins from 14 starts. She's lightly raised for a 4-year-old, but this one I think has one move here, and it's to go. I know there's some speed in here signed on. I don't think anybody is as quick as her. Now, Sweet Scorecard, in a lot of different categories, she stands up taller than these. If you're a numbers guy or a trip guy, there's certainly some stuff to look into this one. But I do expect her to be on the lead. If nobody goes with her, it's over. She'll carry that speed. As you see Jordan Hash, the assistant there, throwing some water on her, and I really like her chances in here. I just thought she's going to be a little bit of short priced. Now for those who are trying to beat those 2, one I think that maybe could is going to be really overlooked. That's the 4-horse. Was 6 to 1 on the morning line. With all that money coming in, has drifted up to 11 to 1, and Manny Escovel gets the call here for Felipe Nickel. Now this one's been training at High Point HPT. That's in LaGrange, Kentucky, and this one, you talk about versatile. This one has won anywhere from 7.5 to a mile 16th. Now I know we're going 6 furlongs, but she can be on the lead. She can rate from off the pace. She's won on dirt. She's won on turf. She's won on synthetic, and she exits a race where, if you see in that in the running line there, RHP 40-20. If you're wondering what that is, that's a ratings handicap. Now, this race now is off that race. This horse has a 58 rating. That's the number you'll see in your program next to her name. That race she's coming out of was one for horses between 40 and 20. And she ran an okay race off the shelf. That was her first race since August 1st of 2025. I think ultimately she does want more ground, but I do think she's one that will benefit from what maybe could be a hot pace if they go after Sweet Scorecard. Chenette's got to go with her. Arisu will be ranged up to the outside of her, and maybe she makes a point, sits a trip, and at 10 to 1 to start a pick 4 that kicks off here could be one you want to use. Now, if you're playing that pick 4, which starts here, I threw together a budgeted ticket here, $48. But if you have a little strong opinion in one of the other races, maybe shorten up and add the 4 here. But I'm going to try to just get through with the 5 and 7, my top 2 in here. It's a dollar base bet, starts here in race 2. All in all, a $48 ticket. You have to get involved here. It's a low takeout. These pick 4s here have been paying very, very good. Now, race number 3, the second leg of that, I'm going to use the 1, 2, 3, and 5 timing difference. My top pick in there for Hartman going up against Sleepy for Klopp. Now, for the 4th race, the 3rd leg, I'm going to spread out. I'm going to use 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, and 9. I think that's a race that you need to have some coverage. Now, to close it out, race number 5, which does start our Itoba late pick 4, I'm going to single the 10. I don't think Hot Ice would be anywhere near 10 to 1 with those scratches, but needed the race last time and didn't have the greatest trip. Big time value there at 10 to 1 if we could get that to hold. Well, there's my ticket, $48. Brandy Bell, the paddock judge, has given riders up orders. Here they come to the track for race number 2 at the shoe. It starts at early pick 4. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. This filly's mare sprint over the 6 furlongs. They feel the 5. Scratch 1, Wildwood Queen, and number 2, Rapido Rosa. Scratch the 1 and the number 2. Number 4, She Makes a Point. A change of jockey to Amir Mendoza. Has 26 wins here this season. Amir Mendoza rides number 4. She Makes a Point. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Starter sprint, first leg of the $1 early pick 4. Well, main track card, as we've noted, main track fast. On parade with 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes to the off. We're 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies Mare Sprint. This starts the $1 early pick 4. Track fast. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Danny Sheehy partners Best Cupcake. First of the 5 to move into the starting gate. Amir Mendoza with She Makes a Point. Join Best Cupcake loading up. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Sweet Scorecard, 2-back. Jane Elliott partners Jeanette. At 6 furlongs, one more. Arasu. Alberto Burgos riding for a double. That was 26 wins here this season. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis, all in. And they're off. Sweet Scorecard, sharp away. Good speed from Best Cupcake in the black cap. Right there on the outside is Jeanette and Arasu. While She Makes a Point, trails the Phillies Mare Sprint, making this dash toward the half-mile pole with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Sweet Scorecard leads here by a length and a half to Jeanette, who's joined toward the inside by Best Cupcake, and Arasu is right with these. 5 lengths away, She Makes a Point remains last to the 5. The quarter for Sweet Scorecard, 22.43. Sweet Scorecard spearheads them around the far turn and leads Jeanette, who chases the pace. Sweet Scorecard now on the edge of the quarter pole. Alberto Burgos and Arasu making 3-path progress. Best Cupcake toward the rail. And She Makes a Point is last. Heads are turned for home. Sweet Scorecard, top of the lane, half mile. 44.88 seconds with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Sweet Scorecard has extended the advantage. 5 lengths clear past the 16th from a running on Best Cupcake. Arasu's third, but she's just running in place. It's Sweet Scorecard who gets the result by 6. Best Cupcake was second from Arasu third. She Makes a Point fourth, and Jeanette was last of the quintet. .110.17 after the Phillies Mare Sprint. 110.17 unofficial 5.3745. Sweet Scorecard, even money first. The blue 3. Best Cupcake, 12-1 the runner-up under the hands of Danny Sheehy. 7 Arasu, even money. Co-favorite was third, Alberto Burgos. And with Amir Mendoza, 4 She Makes a Point gets into the frame, and then Jeanette. 5 ran, joint favorite first. It's Sweet Scorecard. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Tim Eggleston, a 5-1-4 racing win with Sweet Scorecard and even money. Race 2 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 5, Sweet Scorecard, with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sweet Scorecard is a 4-year-old bay filly by Vacoma. Out of the Holbein Backmare, Sweet Hallory. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the now 4-time winner, Sweet Scorecard. Takes the starter sprint, official. 5-3 exact to pay $29.40. Arasu was third. 50-cent trifecta, 5-3-7, $16.55. 3 and 5, the early double, combining Rumors Are Flying with Sweet Scorecard, $17 even. She Makes a Point was fourth. There was no superfecta featured. And the Fillies Mare Sprint 1 and 2 of the non-runners. Sweet Scorecard was an even money joint favorite. 5 ran, 110.17 after race 2. In the third of 10, Fast Track. Third race ahead, all 8 start. No scratches. 4 Face the Future, jockey change. The meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz, 51 wins here this season. Fernando de la Cruz on 4, Face the Future. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time, 3:14. And they're off. Sweet Scorecard, sharp away. Good speed from Best Cupcake in the black cap. Right there on the outside is Shanette and Arasu. While She Makes a Point trails the Fillies Mare Sprint, making this dash toward the half-mile pole with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sweet Scorecard leads here by a length and a half to Shanette, who's joined toward the inside by Best Cupcake, and Arasu is right with these. 5 lengths away. She Makes a Point remains last of the 5. The quarter for Sweet Scorecard, 22.43. Sweet Scorecard spearheads them around the far turn and leads Shanette, who chases the pace. Sweet Scorecard now on the edge of the quarter pole. Alberto Burgos and Arasu making 3-path progress. Best Cupcake toward the rail. And She Makes a Point is last. Heads are turned for home. Sweet Scorecard, top of the lane, half mile. 44.88 seconds with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sweet Scorecard has extended the advantage. 5 lengths clear past the 16th from a running on Best Cupcake. Arasu's third, but she's just running in place. It's Sweet Scorecard who gets the result by 6. Best Cupcake was second from Arasu third. She Makes a Point 4. The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. The sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Number 4, Face the Future, the jockey. The meet leader, Fernando Leto Cruz, starts the week on 51 wins here this season. There's Fernando Leto Cruz on 4, Face the Future, that rider change. 8 of them run, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, fast track with 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Santo Sandro with Win Me Over. Leading up Sleepy. Alberto Burgos won the opener. Rumors are flying and Sweet Scorecard, our first two winners. Now timing difference would be a double for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Alexander Crispin, Lil Muggs loaded. Amir Mendoza with Tomcat Tuesday drew 3. Here, Old 8 run over the 6 furlongs fast track. Face the Future, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 51 wins here this season. Simmer Bermudez, Sir Gallivant loaded, and Mitch Morrow with Tiz Eddie. They're in the gate. Ready.
Down. Good to go. Good.
They all were standing in the starting gate, and now they've backed out Sleepy. Okayed by the track veterinarian to reload and run. Sleepy Alberto Burgos for Randy Klopp. Sleepy back into the starting gate, all in. And they're off. Sleepy away well with Tiz Eddie toward the inside is Tomcat Tuesday. Lil Muggs is up with these leaders along with Win Me Over, making this run toward the half-mile pole with Mitch Merrill. Tiz Eddie has the 5-year-old speed to lead and opens up an advantage on Sleepy by 2.5. Length and a half to Lil Muggs, who tracks from third. Tomcat Tuesday, Win Me Over. Timing difference coming with a bid but wide, and farther out Sir Gallivant at the 3.5. And under the hands of Fernando de la Cruz, Face the Future trails. The quarter was 22.23 seconds, inside 3 to go. They're aiming for Tiz Eddie. Tiz Eddie leads toward the quarter pole from Sleepy, who's second by 2.5. And then Lil Muggs with in between horses, timing difference, and farther back as they straighten away, Sir Gallivant on the far outside. The one who dropped back to last, Win Me Over. Half mile, 44.16 seconds. Tiz Eddie, 6 lengths in front past the 8th pole. From Sleepy with Tomcat Tuesday boxing on the outside, timing difference in the white blinkers. And then Sir Gallivant and Lil Muggs. Tiz Eddie won by 5 from Sleepy. and timing difference gained third. Tomcat Tuesday finished back in fourth. .108.08 after the sprint. 8.5238. Tiz Eddie 4-1 first. Number 5 Sleepy 9-5 on the runner-up. 2 timing difference at 3-1 third, and 3 Tomcat Tuesday 6-1 fourth. 108.08. Mitchell Murrell here for Tomas Medina, the son of Sahara Sky, a 4-1 winner and a good time to boot. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 8, Tiz Eddie with Mitchell Murrell. Tiz Eddie is a 5-year-old. Dark Bear Brown gelding by Sahara Sky. Out of Tiz Athena by Poseidon's Warrior. Thomas Medina trains for Ellen K. Hobson. Now going over the $200,000 career earnings mark. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of the 6-time winner, Tiz Eddie. Clocked 1 minute 8.08. Result official, 8.5 exacta, $39.80. Tiz Eddie capped off the first pick 3 featured on the day. 50-cent pick 3, $31.35. 50-cent trifecta, 852, $47.05. 5-8 double, $39.80. Tomcat Tuesday 4th, 10-cent superfecta, paid $25.87. And the sprint feature, favorite second, all 8 ran, 1 minute 8.08. 20 minutes away, race for the next stop. All 9 run. Number 4, Maximum Spirit, a jockey change to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica on 4, Maximum Spirit. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Next, the start to the 50-cent late fire 5. There's no carryover on the card. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here daily. It's an all main track card. The 5th and 7th are off the turf. Fast track. Post time 3:44. And they're off. Sleepy away well with Tiz Eddie toward the inside is Tomcat Tuesday. Lil Muggs is up with these leaders along with Win Me Over, making this run toward the half-mile pole with Mitchell Murrell, Tiz Eddie, has the 5-year-old Speed to lead and opens up an advantage on Sleepy by 2.5. Length and a half to Lil Muggs, who tracks from third. Tomcat Tuesday, Win Me Over, timing difference coming with a bid but wide, and farther out Sir Gallivant at the 3.5. And under the hands of Fernando de la Cruz face the Future Trails. The quarter was 22.23 seconds, inside 3 to go. They're aiming for Tiz Eddie. Tiz Eddie leans toward the quarter pole from Sleepy, who's second by 2.5. And then Lil Muggs with in between horses timing difference and farther back as they straighten away, Sir Gallivant on the far outside. The one who dropped back to last, Win Me Over. Half mile, 44.16 seconds. Tiz Eddie, 6 lengths in front past the 8th pole. From Sleepy with Tomcat Tuesday boxing on the outside, timing difference in the white blinkers. And then Sir Gallivant and Lil Muggs. Tiz Eddie won by 5 from Sleepy, and timing difference gained third. Tomcat Tuesday finished back in fourth.
Wow, that was the Tiz Eddie of last season that we certainly saw there. Cleared off by 5, never looked back, and certainly ran them off their feet. Surprising to see that one bet down to 4-1, but somebody certainly knew that horse was sitting on a big effort. After 3 lackluster performances, Tiz Eddie runs big in the 3rd race. 4th race kicks off a new pick 5, 11.99% takeout pick 5, a mile and 70 yards, no scratches or changes. Non-winners of 2 for 3-year-old fillies, all bred in the great red state of Indiana, with no changes in this spot. I'm going to go to your outside horse in here, number 9. This is going to be Swift B, 2-1. Hopefully Thomas Medina goes back-to-back because he just won rather easily with Tiz Eddie, and he'll look to do so again in here. He is significantly below where he was at this time last season. He was winning right around 25 to 27% with the barn last season. With that win, puts him just over 13% this season. Swift B ran a winning effort last time out at 26-1. 6-horse field, got some pace to chase, closed into it, going 5.5 furlongs today. They'll get that extra furlong, quite a few furlongs in here. They were going 5.5 furlongs, and now they'll go 1 mile and 70 yards. They've had some success going around 2 turns. They lost a photo finish to Daddy's Dreaming. Another 5-1-4 trainee is the beaten favorite. It was in lukewarm fashion. They were on the pace. I like that this horse can be tactical in nature. 1 win from 11 starts is a little bit troublesome. However, in the route races, they've shown good early speed. They're certainly willing to rate if needed, but they can also close from off of it. Joseph Bielmer has had a tendency to leave himself with a little bit too much to do, so we'll see if he can get Swift B rolling maybe a little bit sooner than everyone else has off of 3 straight second-place finishes after that maiden-breaking score going 5.5 furlongs. We'll see if Swift B gets back to her winning ways. The 7 is Quibble. Michael Lauer, a 4-year-old filly, is 1 for 15. That win did come in 2025. It also came here. They're winless around 2 turns. They do have a second-place finish around 2 turns. They recently took the Indiana bred over to Colonial. They've kind of taken Quibble quite a few places. It's been very rare that she's found herself in state-bred competition. She's been at the likes of Oaklawn Park, Churchill Downs, and recently Colonial, in which she was bet down to the 6-5 favorite, never picked up her feet that day, really never got into the race, and just kind of ran evenly all the way around the racetrack, probably didn't take to the surface over there. She should appreciate being back in with state-bred competition. This is the first time that she's in with state-bred competition at the claiming ranks. So it's quite the dip in class. I'm a little surprised that she's not taking more action. We'll see if the Lauer gang can get a winner in here with their Indiana bred in Quibble at 8-1. The 6 is Happy Match. Happy Match comes in fresh, hasn't been seen since May 19th of 2026. The Bob Gorham trainee gets our leading rider Fernando de la Cruz in the saddle with a career record of 1 for 15. That lone win, though, came going 1 mile and 70 yards, and that's something more than the other 2 top selections can say. Happy Match has one way to go, and that's right around 2 turns. Doesn't often go to the lead, likes to be kind of a one-run closer. That lone victory came from off the pace, in which they sat on the rail, moved up 3 wide, and just continued to chug along that final 1/8 of a mile. Could be very similar in here. This is one of the ones, despite the layoff questions you do have to overcome, you get our leading rider. Bob Gorham does a very nice job off of 61 to 180-day layoffs, winning at 20% as well. And a horse you know absolutely wants 2 turns, while the others may have some questions to answer. But looking at this pick 5 sequence, let's take a look at how this ticket's structured. The confidence fairly low in this upcoming 4th race. I'm not believing that anyone truly wants to exit this non-winners of 2 condition. So we're going to spread out in this race. I'm not going to go too deep in the 5th race. I think race 6 also poses some very interesting challenges for handicappers alike. Optional claimers, scratch number 5 out of that event. I think it's really anyone's race. They're all in quite good form. Many of them coming off of wins, some of them rounding back into form. You've got J.R. Shadow Boy on a 5-race winning streak, a perfect 5 for 5. We're going to go 5 deep right into the face of J.R. Shadow Boy. We'll see if that one can continue the winning ways, but we're going to spread out in that race. I think this is the toughest race that J.R. Shadow Boy has seen. We'll see if Joe Davis can keep it rolling with J.R. Shadow Boy. In race 7, this is where we're going to go 2 deep. This is a race that was originally scheduled for the turf course. Now on the main track, we're going to lean in to a couple of horses who wanted to be on the turf, really, in Summer Lover, along with Born Flashy. Those will be the 2, and then the single comes in the finale. A.I. Allen. Everybody's chomping at the bit to hear what A.I. Allen is set to give out. I'm going to go with Basil. Today's the day for Basil Walter Rodriguez. He's been knocking on the door in his time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He makes his 5th start today. His previous 4 winless, but 2 seconds and a third. He sticks around for the finale. It's his only mount of the day. They're going from a sloppy racetrack August 11th. Cutting back should be plenty fit, and I think today is the day for the elusive camera shy Basil with start number 10. The single. It's late fire 5 time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Get those tickets in now, and good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 4th race. This race will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. All 9 run. Number 4, Maximum Spirit, a jockey change to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica rides for Maximum Spirit. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. This one starts the 50-cent late fire 5. Low 11.99% takeout, no carryover. The 5th and 7th, the 2 off the turf. Fast track, 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Here are the starts of the 50-cent Late Fire 5. All main track card, main track fast, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Micah Meeks with Pernicious. The mare, the first of 9 to move into the starting gate. Samuel Bermudez with Our Lady Donna D has joined Pernicious. Fernando de la Cruz, Happy Match, the next filly to load. Mir Mendoza with Del Cap Alice, like theoretically both for Gennaro Garcia. Danny Sheehy partners Quibble. Quibble went in well. Here at 1 mile and 70 yards. Right now, Swift being the 8-5 favorite. There's 3-1 on Maximum Spirit and 4-1 theoretically. 8-1 a Long Winter Snap and double digits the others. A Long Winter Snap coming up. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. has a win on the card. Summer Poli theoretically 2 back. Orlando Mojica with Maximum Spirit True 4. Fast Track. 1 more. Swift B, Joseph Bilmer. Will be a double for Tomas Medina. They're in the gate. They're off. And here's a Long Winter Snap. Out to a smart start for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Joined toward the inside by Theoretically. As they make their way into the first turn, Happy Match is up with them but wide. Toward the inside, Pernicious and Maximum Spirit Blue with the orange sleeves for Orlando Mojica. So just inside 7 furlongs to run. And with Summer Poli, Theoretically has taken the top and leads these fillies a mare to the back. Theoretically establishes a 3-length advantage over a Long Winter Snap, who's vying for second with Pernicious. Happy Match just in 4th. To the inside is Maximum Spirit, a ground-saving 5th, and now looking to move up between horses. for the backstretch run. And then comes Our Lady Donna D in the green. Cap was 5 lengths off these leaders. Swift B on the far outside, Quibble, and toward the rail, Del Cap Ellis has drifted back to last. The quarter for Theoretically, with a long winter's nap right there pestering, half mile 48.90. They enter the far turn, Theoretically by 3/4 length. A long winter snap has been close there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Maximum Spirit, steady strides from third. And with Samuel Bermudez, Our Lady D is stacked up on the far outside. Half mile, 48.90, with Happy Match back in fifth. Pernicious Vibe, but has dropped back. Swift B on the far outside. As they turn for home, Del Cap Ellis and finally Quibble. 3/4, 1 minute 13.19 seconds, top of the stretch, and with Summer Poli Theoretically is a furlong away from finishing them off, and has a 5-length lead coming down toward the final half furlong from a long winter snap. Happy Match is third, and then Del Cap Ellis and Maximum Spirit, they're close to home, Theoretically, and all the way winner by 3. A long winter snap was second, Happy Match third, and then close between Maximum Spirit and Del Cap Ellis. .143.57 after the running of race 4. 143.57 seconds, 3.86, and then no photo for fourth. 3 Theoretically, 5-2 first. Number 8, A Long Winter's Nap, 6-1 second, Chase the Winner. 23-1 on 6, Happy Match third, and fourth the photo between Maximum Spirit and Del Cap Ellis. Stand by for the fourth. Theoretically, Higher Power filly takes them all the way. Summer Poli for Gennaro Garcia at 5-2, the co-favorite home. The judges have posted for Maximum Spirit fourth, 3-8. 6 and the 4 gets into the frame. The winning groom, leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the Blue 3, Theoretically, with Summer Poli. Theoretically as a 4-year-old bay filly by Higher Power. Out of the Names Mare, Dirty Shame, for Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, and co-owner William J. Wargel. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Theoretically, a wire-to-wire winner. Official. 3-8 exacta paid $50.20. Theoretically capped off a pick 3. This one races 2, 3, and 4. 50-cent pick 3 netted $38.05. 50-cent trifecta, 386, $164.05. 8-3 double, $66.60. Maximum Spirit fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 3864, $162. And a couple of wheat pennies no longer being minted. All 9 ran, 143.57. Race 5 is next on the docket. And this one, a 2 taken off the turf course. Race 5 maiden, main track fast over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 1 Blazing, take out 2 the Blue Factor. Scratch 5 McGinnis and 6 J. David. Scratch 9 Force Multiplier, 11 Sarah, 14 Nickadoo, and scratch the 15 Survival Lore. Recapping, scratch 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 11, 14, and the 15 at the bottom. 3 Star Saver, jockey change to Mitchell Morrill. Won the sprint feature with Tiz Eddie. Mitchell Morrill rides 3 Star Saver in the maiden. Number 8, Copal, 2 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start next to the $1. Late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. It's an all main track card as noted. Fast track and post time a quarter past. They're off. And here's a long winter snap. Out to a smart start for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Joined toward the inside by Theoretically. As they make their way into the first turn, Happy Matches up with them but wide. Toward the inside, Pernicious and Maximum Spirit Blue with the orange sleeves for Orlando Mojica. So just inside 7 furlongs to run. And with Summer Pauly, Theoretically has taken the top and leads these fillies a mare to the back. Theoretically establishes a 3-length advantage over a long winter's nap, who's vying for second with Pernicious. Happy Match just in 4th. To the inside is Maximum Spirit, a ground-saving 5th, and now looking to move up between horses for the backstretch run. And then comes Our Lady Donna D in the green cap, who's 5 lengths off these leaders. Swift B on the far outside, Quibble, and toward the rail, Del Cap Alice has drifted back to last. The quarter for Theoretically, with a long winter's nap right there pestering, half mile 48.90. They enter the far turn, Theoretically by 3/4 length. A long winter snap has been close there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Maximum Spirit, steady strides from 3rd. And with Samuel Bermudez, Our Lady D is stacked up on the far outside. Half mile 48.90 with Happy Match back in 5th. Pernicious Vibe but has dropped back. Swift B on the far outside as they turn for home. Del Cap Alice and finally Quibble. 3/4 woman 13.19 seconds, top of the stretch, and with Summer Pauly Theoretically is a furlong away from finishing them off and has a 5-length lead coming down to the final half furlong from a long winter snap. Happy Match is 3rd, and then Del Cap Alice and Maximum Spirit, they're close to home, Theoretically, and all the way winner by 3. A long winter snap was 2nd, Happy Match 3rd, and then close between Maximum Spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have a late scratch to announce for the first time from the 6th race sprint. Race 6, by order of the stewards, number 6, Molly's Town, has now been scratched from the 6th race. Any advanced sale wagers on 6 Molly's Town, that late scratch out of race 6 refunds. Those using 6 Molly's Town. And a multi-race wager starting on the 4th race. Those wagers now transferred to the post-time favorite. This scratch from the 6th race, number 6 Molly's Town, has now been scratched per the stewards.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the $1 Itoba Pick 4 on this glorious Tuesday afternoon. Good racing all day today and an unbelievable week ahead. Can't wait. Let's jump right into it. We've got a few, then a single, then a few and a few again, trying to stay under the $100. So let's start here in the 5th race. The MTO, final thoughts for Brad Cox. That's got to be where you start, doesn't it? Dropping from straight maiden down into the claiming ranks. Probably going to end up being a big favorite, I would think. It's a little bit of a guess because he's only run once, but it is the Brad Cox barn. The 4, Punkin Boy at 10-1, and the 3, Star Saver are both on my ticket, and then the 7, Cooch. So I'm going to use all 4 of them to start this pick 4. I just couldn't single the Brad Cox, but if you want to go a different way, I could see doing that and then spreading out in the next race, because I couldn't get around JR Shadow Boy. You're not going to get 5-2. That is not going to happen. Somewhere around 3-5 is probably where you're going to get. I am a little concerned over how the horse shut down a little bit last race at the end, but was way in front. Maybe they did it on purpose to save some energy. It's not a very hot day out there today, so hopefully he will get to the lead with Hannah and just keep on going. That's my single, the number 9, JR Shadow Boy. But I am a little nervous that we're going to get caught on the wire. So we get to the 7th race. It's an off-the-turf event. Speed Bias is the main competition here, I think. I think Speed Bias is the one to beat. Cipriano Contreras, a ton of dirt races, 33 to be exact. So of all these turf horses, this one's the dirt horse. If you want to go against him, I guess contrarian, you could take the 15 on the outside, just like Max will probably be in that 8 to 10-1 area. I'm spreading out and taking that one. I'm also going to take Little Jake in case speed gets loose and just keeps going. I don't like to leave out MTO horses. I just don't. The 4, Brits Wit. The 3, Shiesty Chase, and the 2, Havo Denoro are all on my ticket. I'm spreading out in there. That's the race that I'm trying to get a price. So I'm taking a bunch of prices in that off-the-turf race, and I'm just hoping Speed Bias isn't too much for everybody. So now, going into the last, we got the budget to have 4 horses. That's what we can take. So we're going to take the first-time starter on the rail. Why? I love Mendoza. I just do. I think he's really, really good rider, and I'm hoping that he sends this first-timer out of there, makes the lead, and never looks back. We got first-time Lasix. We're going 5.5. We got the fence. We got to get out of there. So I'm hoping that Mendoza just hits them reins and says, let's go, baby. Then you got CU, where Nugget there. I like that. When you get there. That's a pretty cool name. You just got to put it all together first. But that's the 2 horse. So I'm going to use the 1 and the 2. Then I decided after scratches to throw in the 3 on Comet on Cupid because of Randy Klopp and that bullet work. So we got 1, 2, 3. Then I go to the outside and we are going to take the 8 Basil, who's probably going to end up favored after the scratches. You got a good rider. You got a good post. Just had a lot of chances for me. But 1, 2, 3, and 11. So we're under $100 again. We're trying to nail another 2,500. Pick 4, like, was that last week or 2 weeks ago? I'm losing track of time. All right, everybody. I'm hoping from the rail, Mendoza pops out of there and we're yelling in the middle of the lane. Don't fall off.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 5th race. This one of 2 taken off the turf course. All main track card fast here for the maiden. Mile and a 16th on the main track, a field of 7. Scratch 1 Blazing, 2 The Blue Factor. Take out 5 McGinnis and 6 J. David. Scratch the 9 Force Multiplier, 11 Serra, 14 Nicodou, and scratch 15 Survivalor. Scratch 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 11, 14, and the number 15, all non-runners. 3 Star Saver, the jockey Mitchell Murrell. As a win on the card, Mitchell Murrell. On 3, a 4-race maiden, Star Saver. Number 8, Copel, is 2 pounds over. Makes the weight there now 119. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Start to the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Sunny Fast Track, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start here, the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Fast track for the maiden. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile and a 16th main track start for the maiden. Last call for the $1 Itoba late pick 4. On final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Star Saver. Mitch Murrell has a sprint win on the card and 30 victories at the meet. There's Star Saver. First maiden in. Alex Ashar with Cobble coming up. Oscar Villarreal, Pumpkin Boy, has taken his position within the starting gate. Danny Sheehy, partners coach. Hot Ice, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. is on the Tuesday score sheet. Just a couple back. Here over the mile and a 16th, Joseph Bilmer with Chatterfield. Chatterfield here in the maiden all black silks today. This 102 taken off the Caesars course under sunny skies, 80s. All main track card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and the main track is fast. One more. Final thoughts. Fernando Letta Cruz on Brad Cox's main track only for Gary and Mary West. Fast track over the mile and a 16th. Final thoughts. They're in the gate. And they're off. And here's Chatterfield. Right there toward the inside is Copel. And Final Thoughts joins them as they make their way into the first turn. It's Copel toward the inside for Alex Ashar. Copel just leans a wide Chatterfield, who's up and after the lead. And Star Saver, the white cap, is in tight quarters there for Mitchell Murrell, who takes Star Saver back to settle as these leaders go to the backstretch with Joseph Bimmer. It's Chatterfield, who's taken the early lead from Copel toward the inside, and Final Thoughts on the outside for Fernando Letta Cruz. Copel is now running in third, Cooch in fourth, Hot Dice running in fifth in a red cap. Star Saver is in behind horses, racing 4 lengths off these leaders, well grouped, and Pumpkin Boy has dropped back to last. 24.11 for the lead part, and now they're in the shadow of the half-mile pole. Chatterfield just leads Final Thoughts, who's poised for a bid. Half mile 47.91 as they enter the far turn. Hot Ice making steady progress now from third for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. This is 3 furlongs from home. Cooch being ridden to assert from fourth. On the outside, Star Saver is coming with a bid now. Then comes Pumpkin Boy, who's just picked up Copel, who's dropped back to last. 3/4, 1 minute 12.49 seconds. They have under a quarter of a mile to go. Chatterfield spins them in. While just drifting, Chatterfield kept to the task here. 1 furlong to last with Joseph Beamer. It's Chatterfield narrowly toward the inside. Star Saver continues to come hard after Chatterfield. Final thoughts on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz. Final thoughts and the final yards at second asking. Final thoughts out to the maiden ranks from Star Saver. Chatterfield third and Hot Ice finished fourth. $145.89 after the maiden. Unofficial 13-3, 12 in the 10 runs fourth. 13. Final thoughts 2-1 first. 3 Star Saver 4-1 on the runner-up. Number 12 Chatterfield at 9-1. The longtime leader third home after the maiden. And number 10 Hot Ice at 5-2 was fourth. Fernando de la Cruz is leading 52nd of the season. Brad Cox's main track only entered, son of Maximum Security. The Gary Mary West homebred, Final Thoughts, takes the maiden. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 13, Final Thoughts, with Fernando de la Cruz. His meet high 52nd of the season. Final Thoughts is a 3-year-old dark mare bound colt by Maximum Security. Out of Academy Gal by Medaglia d'Oro, trained by Brad Cox. Assistant here by Ricky Giannini for Gary and Mary West. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Final Thoughts out to the maiden ranks. Official. $13.3 exacta, $36.20, 50-cent trifecta. Chatterfield was third. That result in, as well as a 313 double, $50.60. The 10-cent superfecta, $27.81. That 50-cent trifecta, $60.85. The $1 early pick four, $499.20. Hot Ice fourth for the superfecta. Pick 3 capped off by Final Thoughts after the maiden, $74.20. 50-cent early pick 5, $972.90. 7 ran, 145.89. Race 6 next, and in the sprint, scratch 5 Lambay and 6 Mollystown. Scratch 5 and number 6. 4 Latigo, Alexander Crispin. Rides number 4 Latigo, Alexander Crispin. Number 9, JR Shadowboy. And 3 pounds to the listed program weight. Makes it 117 now. Exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time 4:46. They're in the gate. And they're off. And here's Chatterfield. Right there toward the inside is Copel. And Final Thoughts joins them as they make their way into the first turn. It's Copel toward the inside for Alex Ashar. Copel just leans a wide Chatterfield, who's up and after the lead, and Star Saver, the white cap, is in tight quarters there for Mitchell Morrill, who takes Star Saver back to settle as these leaders go to the backstretch with Joseph Bimmer. It's Chatterfield, who's taken the early lead from Copel toward the inside, and Final Thoughts on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz. Copel is now running in third, Cooch in fourth, Hot Dice running in fifth in a red cap. Star Saver is in behind horses, racing 4 lengths off these leaders, well grouped, and Pumpkin Boy has dropped back to last. 24.11 for the lead part, and now they're in the shadow of the half-mile pole. Chatterfield just leads Final Thoughts, who's poised for a bid. Half mile 47.91 as they enter the far turn. Hot Ice making steady progress now from third for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. This is 3 furlongs from home. Cooch being ridden to assert from fourth. On the outside, Star Saver is coming with a bid now. Then comes Pumpkin Boy, who's just picked up Copel, who's dropped back to last. 3/4, 1 minute 12.49 seconds. They have under a quarter of a mile to go. Chatterfield spins them in while just drifting. Chatterfield kept to the task here. 1 furlong to last with Joseph Bimmer. It's Chatterfield narrowly toward the inside. Star Saver continues to come hard after Chatterfield. Final Thoughts on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz. Final Thoughts and the final yards at second asking. Final Thoughts out to the maiden ranks from Star Saver. Chatterfield third and Hot Ice finish fourth.
Final thoughts, entered as an MTO for Brad Cox and gets it done there to break the maiden in race number 5 to kick off that $1 pick 4. Now, race number 6 coming up, good quality optional allowance event for the Indiana breds. This is a 3 other than or never won 5 in their life, or a claiming price of $25,000. Really salty race. Of course, all the talk in the money is on the outside horse number 9, JR Shadow Boy. Now, this one is 5 for 5 and has certainly impressed throughout his career, but 3 to 5 now as I speak. I can understand why he's a single on a lot of tickets, but in a game of horse racing, it's you want to be right when others are wrong, and when there's times to make a stand, and try to beat a favorite, or do you just want to take the horse and go on, and if it wins, you're just going to split up a bunch of money with a bunch of people. So, if you're live in the pick 5 and pick 4, good luck here the rest of the way. But we'll talk about this race, and I'll talk about this horse to start off. Now, you see him in there. He's a good-looking 3-year-old gelded son by Bridled Express out of a hard-spun mare, so fairly good pedigree, and started his off career last year here towards the end of the season with a super impressive victory. Came back off the shelf, won a first-level allowance race, followed up by a second-level allowance race, then won a sired stake, and then came back and won that 3-year-old stake in the most recent start. Now, 2 back, he did win easy, and does have a lot of lines in his forms, a lot of breaks. Now, he is 5 for 5. But I think he's up against the most competition he's had to be yet. He's facing older horses, and he's not facing sired or restricted 3-year-old races. So he's certainly going to get it put to his test today, and we'll see just how good JR Shadow Boy is. But one thing to his benefit is speed is pretty good today. Pretty much every horse except for the last race won on the front end, but that one was close. So JR Shadow Boy, I think he is. The speed is speed. I don't really know if anybody can go with him, but nobody went with him last time, and he did stop a little bit, although he wasn't really asked. But we'll find out if he's the real deal today. JR Shadow Boy here in the 6th. Now, for second, you see on the screen there, number 3, Scotty Nods Eds. This one is a good horse in his own right. Now, he's a 7-time winner, made $239,000, and shows up every time. And he's one that is a versatile sort. He can go the front or stalk. I think he's much more better suited to stalk the pace and come running. And with JR Shadow Boy almost certainly going to go from that high draw, I think Scotty's on Eds has no choice but let him cross and clear and try to make one run, to try to give Marcelina Pedrosa the second win on the day as well. Gennaro Garcia was in the winner's circle earlier. Scotty's on Edge has always been a good one around. He raced most of his career for Rob Dobbs, and we'll see him here today for Gennaro. Now, 7-time winner from 32 starts, 5 over this dirt surface, and he is certainly one you got to reckon with. And you're getting a square price, 11-1 on Scotty's on Edge. Now, another horse I'm going to use in here, a little bit of a price. That's number 7, Leo Springs. Was 11-1 just a moment ago. Now 7-1 on the board. John Heron vying for the lead trainer title here. He's third. I've had 7 or 8 horses enter today, so the barn's hitting pretty well. He's got somewhere around 25 victories here at the meet, I think, last I checked. Now, this one has won 6 of 21 starts in his own right. He's a 5-year-old, again, lightly raced horse, but I like the way he looks in the paddock, this 5-year-old gelded son by Bridle String, just taking everything. His ears are up. He's not overly hot on a day like today. And this is another one that will need some pace to chase. But one thing about it, he is going to be come closing. He runs hard every time and tries pretty good check getter there as he's 9 for 21 in the money, $182,000 on the card. But it's JR Shadow Boy's race to lose here. He's 1-2. I like him. Am I in love with him? No, but you certainly can make a case. I can see why a lot of people, singled along the way. But if you're starting to pick 3, might be one that you want to spread, or just make a big pick 3 if you're going to single. But this race, I'd probably add a few horses here if I was playing that late thoroughbred pick 3, as we do have a couple races left here. But JR Shadow Boy's 5 for 5. Will he be 6 for 6? We'll see here in 6. Good luck.
The horses called postward for the 6th race. State bred sprint over the 6 furlongs. 7 Indiana breds run. Scratch 5 Lambay and 6 Mollystown. Here was a late scratch. Take out the 5 and 6 Mollystown. For Latigo, Alexander Crispin rides the 11-time winner. Alexander Crispin on 4 Latigo. Number 9 JR Shadowboy and 3 pounds to the program weight listed. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. You have less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute to a sprint. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alberto Burgos with Commander Storm. Alexander Crispin. Here's Latigo, an 11-time winner. Fernando de la Cruz with Texas Free like Latigo, both for Randy Klopp. Sammy Bermudez, Leo Springs, one of the John Herron two. Commander Storm has the rail draw. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Scotty's on edge, drew 3. Neutron, Mitchell Murrell on the score sheet. So stand by, one more, JR Shadowboy. Hanalei for Joe Davis and Jimenez Racing Stable. 2 to 5 on JR Shadowboy. All in line. They're off. Fast starts for JR Shadowboy. Neutron's in the red cap. Latigo also showing speed, as is Texas Free with the blue blinkers. Commander Storm, Leo Springs, and Scotty's on edge has dropped back toward last with Hanalei. It's JR Shadowboy. JR Shadowboy pressed in earnest by Texas Free. Right there toward the inside for Fernando de la Cruz. Latigo shadows them from third, and Neutron is starting to gain at the 3.5. Commander Storm in behind horses. Scotty's on edge and wide. Leo Springs trails the State Bred Sprint. The quarter, 21.80 seconds. JR Shadowboy at 1 to 5. The 3-year-old leads his older rivals toward the quarter pole. 3 lengths in front of Texas Free and Neutron. Toward the inside is Latigo, strains away in 4th. Scotty's on edge. Leo Springs the wide out, then Commander Storm. These Hoosiers head for home, and with Hanalei. JR Shadowboy, half mile, 44.10 seconds. JR Shadowboy, a 5-length leader deep in the final furlong from Latigo and Texas Free. Commander Storm and Leo Springs, they're near home. JR Shadowboy sprints to 6 in a row. Beats Latigo by 2. Third's close between Texas Free and Commander Storm. JR Shadowboy undefeated. Clock 109.26 seconds. One oh 9.26. 9-4, then a show photo. Number 9, JR Shadowboy. 1 to 5 first. Number 4, Latigo. 12 to 1 on the runner-up with Alexander Crispin. And third's a photo. Texas Free and Commander Storm up to the judges. Leo Springs back in 5th. 6 for 6, the son of Unbridled Express, JR Shadowboy. Hanalei for Joe Davis and Jimenez Racing Stable. JR Shadowboy has beaten home. Latigo, 2 Texas Free was 3rd, 1 Commander Storm 4th, and Leo Springs 5th. 109.26, 9-4, 217. Returning to the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner Circle, number 9, J.R. Shadowboy. And there's Hannah Leahy. J.R. Shadowboy is a 3-year-old, a Grey Roan Gelding by Unbridled Express. Out of Mildred by Hardspun, Joe Davis trains. This sophomore for Jimenez Racing Stable LLC of Normando Jimenez. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis again congratulates the winning connections of J.R. Shadowboy, 6 for 6. And now over the $200,000 career earnings mark. 9 for exacta, $12.20. Pentafecta, Leo Springs was 5th, paid $54.09. Pick 3 capped off by J.R. Shadowboy, $15.25. 50-cent trifecta, 9-4-2, $16.85. 13-9 double paid $14.80. The 10-cent superfecta worth $14.38. Commander Storm was 4th, Leo Springs 5th in the State Bred Sprint. 109.26, the favorite won. 20 minutes away, race 7 of 10 on the docket. 7th race, 1 of 2 taken off that Caesars course. All main track card fast here over the mile and 16th. In the next, scratch 5 Good Point, 6 Memphis Pharaoh. Take out 8 River Redemption. Scratch 10 Dad's Life. 11 Underappreciated. Scratch 12 Come Out Tonight. And the 14 Zach. Once again, scratch the 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14 has also been scratched. 2 Huevos Doro, the jockey Summer Pauly. Summer Pauly on 2 Huevos Doro. 7 Summer Lover, the jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides 7 Summer Lover. And 13 Little Jake, Orlando Mojica rides Tim Eggleston's main track only entered Little Jake. Orlando Mojica on the number 13 drawing in. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call, thoroughbred double. Pick 3, races 7, 8, and 9. Off 5:15. All in line. They're off. Fast starts for J.R. Shadowboy. Neutrons in the red cap. Latigo also showing speed, as is Texas Free with the blue blinkers. Commander Storm, Leo Springs, and Scotty's on Edge has dropped back toward last with Hannah Leahy. It's J.R. Shadowboy. J.R. Shadowboy pressed in earnest by Texas Free. Right there toward the inside for Fernando de la Cruz. Latigo shadows them from 3rd, and Neutron is starting to gain at the 3.5. Commander Storm and behind horses. Scotty's on Edge and wide. Leo Springs trails the State Bred Sprint. The quarter, 21.80 seconds. J.R. Shadowboy at 1 to 5. The 3-year-old leads his older rivals toward the quarter pole. 3 lengths in front of Texas Free and Neutron. Toward the inside is Latigo, who strains away in 4th. Scotty's on Edge, Leo Springs the wide out, and Commander Storm. These Hoosiers head for home, and with Hannah Leahy, J.R. Shadowboy, half mile, 44.10 seconds. J.R. Shadowboy, a 5-length leader deep in the final furlong from Latigo and Texas Free. Commander Storm and Leo Springs, they're near home. J.R. Shadowboy sprints to 6 in a row. Beats Latigo by 2. Third's close between Texas Free and Commander Boy.
perfect 6 for 6. J.R. Shadow Boy digs down deep, 6 for 6. Hannah Leahy has to be aboard in the rider for potential Horse of the Year candidates, both in J.R. Shadow Boy and Hot Middles. Those two, at least in my opinion, while I don't have a vote, would be contending for Horse of the Year candidates throughout this season. J.R. Shadow Boy, undefeated in Hot Middles, has been in awesome form for Tiana Richardville. So congratulations to Mr. Davis and Hannah Leahy as they go 6 for 6 with J.R. Shadow Boy in what my opinion is maybe the most impressive victory of the career yet. Asked today and responded in kind, winning rather easily. 9 minutes away from race number 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A mile and a 16th going to be the distance in here. We are off the turf on a fast main track in this spot. We've got heavily backed favorite in Speed Bias, currently even money on the board, but I'm going to go to post position number 9. Currently getting some value with Born Flashy. 2 for 20, 0 for 2 on a main track in here, but does have 2 victories on the turf. I just think the numbers have been in okay form so far for Born Flashy. That certainly makes some sense in this spot. Has been ultimately contesting some tough animals at the turf level for Spieth Racing. Tracy Wisner winning at nearly 20%. They'll go back to the dirt, where I'm willing to give them at least one more shot, despite primarily being all on the turf recently. 6-1 on the board. The 7 is Summer Lover, another horse who has been on the turf quite often. Miguel Angel Silva is going to send this one out as he owns and trains Summer Lover, a 7-year-old horse who maybe not the biggest win machine early on, but this, like a fine wine, Summer Lover continues to get better with age. Had 2 wins at 2025, followed up by 2 wins in 2026. Before that was about 2 for 30, 2 for 40, somewhere around that range. 6 wins from 53 starts. This 7-year-old by Summerfront continues to get better with age. Does have 2 of those victories on a fast main track, most recently in an off-turf event over at Turf Paradise, where they made up a ton of ground, pushed right past Shut Up Michael, who exited that race and went right on to win. Another horse who I think has been in maybe better than it looks form, has been closing on the turf ranks. We'll see if they can get back to the dirt. But the way the dirt has been playing today, you want to be on the front end, and that could pose some challenges for Summer Lover, but at least you know you're going to get a decent price in here. Should be double of the current projected odds, 7-1. DRF projections indicate this horse is likely to go off right around 14-1 when it's all said and done. The 4 is Brits Witt, Mike Maker, Fernando de la Cruz, as de la Cruz just continues to rack up victories. Maker, though, he's not having his usual custom successful meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's winning at only 10%, well below the national average for him at 18%. The 7-year-old by English Channel does have a win on the dirt, and that win came impressively up at Saratoga. Again, significantly tougher than they will face today. And it came under the guidance of Joel Rosario and an optional claimer at Saratoga almost a year ago to the day. Since then, the waters have gotten deeper. They haven't won since that last race, but it was also the last time they were on the dirt. We'll see if they can get back to their winning ways in here with Brits Witt, 7-year-old making start number 38 with our leading man, Fernando de la Cruz. They may be off the turf, but there's still value in them hills right now. The betting public is just hammering Speed Bias for Cipriano Contreras. Certainly moves up with the surface change, but is he worth even money? That's for you to decide, as they'll be at the gate just 5 minutes from now.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. This one of the two taken off the turf course. Here over the mile and a 16th fast, and 8 of them to start. Scratch the 5 Good Point, the 6 Memphis Pharaoh. Take out the 8 River Redemption, 10 That's Life, 11 Underappreciated. Scratch the 12 Come Out Tonight, and the 14 Zach. And the rider changes. 2 Huevos Doro to Summer Pauly riding the 2 Huevos Doro. 7 Summer Lover, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. has a win on the card. Ride 7 Summer Lover, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. And 13 Little Jake, Tim Eggleston's main track only, the jockey Orlando Mojica. Rides 13, the MTO Little Jake, fast track Orlando Mojica on the number 13 in the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the Pentafecta starts the $5 last call thoroughbred double and pick 3. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and a 16th main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Evan Roman with Speed Bias. The 4-time winner coming up first. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. partners Summer Lover. Joins Speed Bias. Summer Poli with Huevos Doro. Alexander Crispin, Shiesty to Chase. Now Fernando Veracruz with Brent's Wit has taken his position. Joseph Romero, Born Flashy, Orlando Mojica. Little Jake, Tim Eggleston's main track only. Fast track here with a mile of 16, so one more. Amir Mendoza with Just Like Max. They're in the gate. They're off. Brent's Wit bobbled a bit, but is going toward the front nonetheless, along with Little Jake. And following Little Jake is Just Like Max, but with Orlando Mojica. Little Jake made a beeline toward the rail and leads them into the first turn from Just Like Max, with to the inside Shiesty to Chase third and Handy. They have 7 furlongs to run. Huevos Doro toward the rail. Brits Wit in between horses is in the 3 path, and Born Flashy is 4 deep. As they go up the back, the trailers are Speed Bias and finally Summer Lover. The quarter 24.15 seconds, Little Jake. Little Jake leads by just about the length to in between horses Just Like Max, joined out wide by Brits Wit in the white blinkers. Little Jake 2 lengths in front for the run to the half-mile pole. Alexander Crispin and Shiesty to Chase stays rooted to the rail, running in 4th by 2. Born Flashy is a wide 5th. Then Huevos Doro with Speed Bias, and under the hands of Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Summer Lover remains last of 8. The front runner, Little Jake. Half mile, 47.48 seconds as they round the far turn. Little Jake is 3 furlongs away and has built up a 4-length lead on the far turn run from Just Like Max and toward the inside Shiesty to Chase. Born Flashy is running in 4th. Dropping back is Brits Wit, Huevos Doro, Speed Bias, and Summer Lover now picks up Brits Wit as they turn for home. And with Orlando Mojica, Little Jake has led them a long way. 3/4, 1 minute 11.44 seconds. Little Jake leads by 3 to Shiesty to Chase. Just Like Max is 3rd, but now just plugging at that 1 pace. They're coming past the 16th. And with Alexander Crispin, Shiesty to Chase has tracked Little Jake down. Shiesty to Chase won by a length and a half to Little Jake. Just Like Max was 3rd, and then Huevos Doro and Speed Bias. $144.21, 3, 13, 15 third, and stand by for the 4th and 5th for the Pentafecta. The blue 3, Shiesty to Chase at 8-1 was first. Main track only entered. Number 13, Little Jake, 9-2 on the runner-up after the mile and a 16th. 15, Just Like Max at 7-1 third, Amir Mendoza. Stand by for the 4th, and the 5th will be for the Pentafecta. Summer Poli with Huevos Doro 4th, and with Evan Roman, Speed Bias will be 5th. We trail back to Summer Lover and Born Flashy flattened. Brits Wit tailed off. It's gone to Shiesty to Chase. Alexander Crispin for Michael Weaver, an 8-1 winner. The judges have confirmed number 2, Huevos Doro 4th, and 1, Speed Bias 5th. That for the Pentafecta. There it is in frame. 3, 13, 15 runs 3rd. 2, Huevos Doro, and the 1, Speed Bias. There it is. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the Blue 3. Shiesty to Chase with Alexander Crispin. Shiesty to Chase. 5-year-old big gelding by More Spirit. Out of the Shakespeare mare. Etc. That's the dam of Shiesty to Chase. Michael Weaver trains for Josh Eccles and Chin Dynasty of Kimmelchin. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Shiesty to Chase at 8-1. It's official. 313 exacta paid $107.60. 50-cent trifecta, $166.45. Speed Bias was fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta, $1,269.33. 50-cent pick 3 was capped off by Shiesty to Chase. 9-3 double, $40 even. 10-cent superfecta, $260.38. Huevos Doro ran fourth. Speed Bias fifth. Pick 3 paid $45.20. 8 ran, 144.21. 19 minutes away, race 8 is next. And in the maiden sprint, scratch number 11, Trouble on the Green. Number 11, Trouble on the Green has been scratched. 7, Almo. A change of jockey for the 9 race maiden to Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez on 7, Almo. Couple of reported overweights. Number 3, On Commandant Cupid plus 1 pound. Number 6, Quality Notion plus 2 and scratch 11. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta. Double final pick 3 of the day. Post time for the maiden sprint will be at 5:44. They're off. Brett Switt bobbled a bit, but is going toward the front nonetheless, along with Little Jake. And following Little Jake is Just Like Max, but with Orlando Mejica. Little Jake made a beeline toward the rail and leads them into the first turn from Just Like Max, with to the inside Shiesty to Chase third and Handy. They have 7 furlongs to run. Huevos Doro toward the rail. Brett Switt in between horses is in the 3 path, and Born Flashy is 4 deep. As they go up the back, the trailers are Speed Bias and finally Summer Lover. The quarter 24.15 seconds. Little Jake. Little Jake leads by just about the length to in between horses Just Like Max, joined out wide by Brett Switt in the white blinkers. Little Jake 2 lengths in front for the run to the half-mile pole. Alexander Crispin and Shiesty to Chase stays rooted to the rail, running in 4th by 2. Born Flashy is a wide 5th. Then Huevos Doro with Speed Bias, and under the hands of Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Summer Lover remains last of 8. The front runner, Little Jake. Half mile, 47.48 seconds as they round the far turn. Little Jake is 3 furlongs away and has built up a 4-length lead on the far turn run from Just Like Max and toward the inside Shiesty to Chase. Born Flashy is running in 4th. Dropping back is Brett Switt, Huevos Doro, Speed Bias, and Summer Lover now picks up Brett Switt as they turn for home. And with Orlando Mejica, Little Jake has led them a long way. 3/4, 1 minute 11.44 seconds. Little Jake leads by 3 to Shiesty to Chase. Just Like Max is third, but now just plugging at that 1 pace. They're coming past the 16th. And with Alexander Crispin, Shiesty to Chase has tracked Little Jake down. Shiesty to Chase won by a length and a half to Little Jake. Just Like Max was third, and then Huevos Doro and Speed Bias. From the 7th race, number 1, Speed Bias, was claimed for $10,000 in a 2-way shake. Speed Bias claimed new owners, Speed Stable and Randy Klopp. Trainer Randy Klopp claimed Speed Bias, ran 5th in race 7 for $10,000.
Race 8 at Horseshoe Indianapolis today is a maiden race with a distance of 5.5 furlongs on the fast dirt. Number 10 Megalithic, with an impressive early pace rating of 106, this gelding shows strong early speed capability. Number 9 El Numero Uno, not far behind the 10, with an early pace rating of 99, he is expected to demonstrate strong front-running potential. He also stands out with a spotlight rating of 84, suggesting a solid performance indicator. Number 7 Olmo, with a spotlight rating of 82, he has potential to be a key contender. Given the general pace scenario, horses with a balanced speed and overall ratings will likely excel. Number 10 Megalithic and number 9 El Numero Uno are expected to demonstrate strong early speed, while number 7 Almaui and number 8 Basil could prove competitive based on their spotlight ratings. Consider whether early speed or overall performance indicators are more crucial for your picks today. Good luck in Race 8 and good luck to those who are alive in the last leg of the late Pick 5 and Pick 4.
The horses called postward for race 8. Maiden sprint here, carded at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 10. Number 11, Trouble on the Green, has been scratched. Scratch the number 11. 7 Almo, the jockey Sammy Bermudez. Will partner the 9 race maiden, Sammy Bermudez on number 7, Almo, white and burgundy blocks. Number 3 on Commandant Cupid, add 1 pound to the program weight. And 6 Quality Notion, plus 2 pounds to make the weight there now 119. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta. Double Final Pick 3 featured on the card. Fast Track. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Army Mendoza, first time starter, Midnight Temple. Alex Ashar, Quality Notion. Joined by Midnight Temple. Simmer Bermudez Almo has taken his position in the starting gate. Joseph Bilmer with See You When You Get There. Walter Rodriguez. Basil 9 times started. Basil went in okay. Micah Meeks on Comet. On Cupid debuts. Coming into the frame now. On Comet, on Cupid. Santo Sanjor, El Numero Uno drew 9. On Comet, on Cupid loaded. Jose Gutierrez. Arboretum's another newcomer. Here at 5.5 furlongs, up comes Arboretum. Right now, Basil, even money favorite. 2 back. Tip it on back. Hanalehi has a win on the card. JR Shadowboy after the sprint. Another of the first timers here. Tip it on back. So stand by. One more. Megalithic. Alberto Burgos won the maiden opener today. They're in the gate. And they're off. Almo dashes away. El Numero Uno with early interest, and Megalithic right there too. There's plenty of pep in the pace with toward the inside. See you when you get there with the white cap, and in between horses on Comet, along with on Comet Don Cupid, part of a scramble in back of these leaders as El Numero Uno is pressed hard by Megalithic going past the half-mile pole. That comes Arboretum on the far outside with Basil Quality Notion, the first-time starter. Tip It On Back is running second to last, along with Midnight Temple as they make this far turn run. The opening quarter was 21.91. Coming toward the quarter pole with Santo Sanjor, El Numero Uno, tackled on the outside by a sweeping Almo as they straighten away, and Megalithic is trying to stay this pace. Arboretum is back in fourth with on the front side Basil. It's El Numero Uno. 1 furlong to go. El Numero Uno with a 3.5 length advantage over Almo. Basil with Arboretum dropping back Megalithic, and See You When You Get There. It's El Numero Uno. El Numero Uno won by 2.5 to Basil. Almo third. On Comet Don Cupid was fourth, and Arboretum finished back in fifth. (105.12) after the maiden. Unofficial 9-8-7-3-4. 9 El Numero Uno Ganador. 5-1 winner over 8 Basil. And even money second in his 10th career run. Number 7 Almo. 9-2 third. 3 on Comet. On Cupid 15-1 fourth. Arboretum fifth. Hold all tickets until official. Son of a coma. Santo Sanjor for Rancho Monarca. Kathy and Tony Duran. El Numero Uno off the mark in his 4th career start. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 9, El Numero Uno with Santo Sanjor. El Numero Uno is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Vacoma. Out of the Yes It's True mare, Blue Magic, for Rancho Monarca LLC of Kathy and trainer Tony Duran and Brian J. Elmore. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of El Numero Uno. It's official. Nine eight exacta paid $32.40. 50-cent trifecta, $20.70. On Comet, on Cupid, fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 9873, netted $25.68. Pick three, $74.95. 3-9, $5 last call thoroughbred double, $526.50. The 50-cent late fire 5 on 5 out of 5, $2,039.25. The $1 Itoba late pick 4, 4 to 4, $638.80. Arboretum was fifth. 10-cent pentafecta, 98734, returned $121.27. 10 ran in the maiden, 105.12. First of 2 quarter horse dashes, and the ninth, 16 minutes away, over the 330 yards. Scratch 3 County Line Bill, 4 Dynasty Apolitical, and 12 Magical Shavato. 11 Jessa Lookin draws in and breaks from post position number 3. Overweights, the 1 Loves Running Big plus 5, 2 Apolitical Hippie 5 over, number 5 SC Soto plus 3 pounds, 6 Flight Attendant 5 over, number 7 First Republic plus 2 pounds, 10 Nayo de Oro 3 pounds over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the quarter horse Pentafecta, start of the late double, post time 6:11. And they're off. Almo dashes away. El Numero Uno with early interest, and Megalithic right there too. There's plenty of pep in the pace with toward the inside. See you when you get there with the white cap, and in between horses on Comet, along with on Comet Don Cupid, part of a scramble in back of these leaders as El Numero Uno is pressed hard by Megalithic going past the half-mile pole. There comes Arboretum on the far outside with Basil Quality Notion, the first-time starter. Tip It On Back is running second to last, along with Midnight Temple as they make this far turn run. The opening quarter was 21.91. Coming toward the quarter pole with Santo Sanjor, El Numero Uno, tackled on the outside by a sweeping Almo as they straighten away, and Megalithic is trying to stay this pace. Arboretum is back in fourth with on the front side Basil. It's El Numero Uno. 1 furlong to go. El Numero Uno with a 3.5 length advantage over Almo. Basil with Arboretum dropping back Megalithic, and see you when you get there. It's El Numero Uno. El Numero Uno won by 2.5 to Basil. Almo third. On Comet Don Cupid was fourth, and Arboretum.
Well, we are thrilled to be back after such a challenging weather week. Last week in Indianapolis, all over the state, and sorry for the difficulty that so many people, residents, have had with flooding and all kinds of terrible stuff. So condolences to you guys. Stay strong, and glad to be back, with live racing this week. All right, well, we have 2 quarter horse races to close out this Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we'll go right to the paddock and take a look at a few of the horses that I like. We do have, this is a 17,000 maiden for 3-year-olds and up. And we do have scratches of the 3, 4, and 12. Still a very good field, going 330 yards. And I'm going to begin with number 11, Just a Lookin', who actually draws in from the also eligible list. But you will see this colt breaking from post position 3. That's the way it works. The horses from the AE list kind of take over the vacated horses that are not running that day. Just a Lookin' is a really, really nice horse owned by Campos Family Ventures. Remember, these are owners that have won the title 2 years in a row and looking very strongly for their 3rd in a row. Claudio Barazza trains. This is a colt, very well-bred colt, by Apolitical Jess, sold for $150,000 at the Heritage Place Winter Mixed Sale. And he's run second in his last 2 efforts. I think he's, it wasn't a bad second. Everything was good. He was racing a little bit longer than today's distance. I certainly think he can get the job done under rider Edgar Diaz. That's my top choice, Just a Lookin'. And let's go next to number 8, and that's Fave Streakin' Cartel. This is a Texas-bred son of Favorite Cartel out of a Mr. Jess Perry mare. So again, some really good pedigree in my top selections. This horse was bumped in his most recent effort on July 8th. But prior to that, he had run second and just by a nose. That was back in May. So encouraging efforts for this horse, who is what I'd say another promising juvenile trained by Natasha Perez, who's doing so well in her 4th year as a trainer, and owner Tom Wiley. Diego Bocanegra, 41% in the money with his mounts, has ridden this horse in the last 3 starts. All right, let's talk about number 9, Lights and Lips, who makes his Indy debut for trainer Shauna Martin. After making 8 starts in Oklahoma, Remington Park, Will Rogers Downs, a couple other tracks down there. Oklahoma bred son of the Marfa Lights, and he's going to race as a first-time gelding. When you see those initials FTG, that means he is no longer going to have a stud career, but oftentimes really improves their focus on the racetrack. Also, Sean is going to utilize the flipping halter. You see those initials FH, and that means flipping halter is an apparatus in the starting gate just to keep them a little more stable and hopefully less likely to veer out and do crazy stuff, which, these quarter horses certainly are capable of. Rider Giovanni Flores Munoz has the call, and Rachel and I are big fans of Shauna, and happy to see her get a couple wins of late, and has a really nice qualifier for the Stallion Service Auction Futurity coming up next Saturday here at Horseshoe Indy. All right, and then we're going to round up my top 4 with number 7, and that's First Republic. This is a first-time starter for Chavez Racing, LLC, and conditioner Jesse Vasquez. Pretty nice work tab, I would say, prior to getting ready for the actual debut. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez has the call. So we're going 11, 8, 9, 7 in this first of 2 quarter horse races on the Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'll be back to talk to you more about the finale as soon as we get the results of this race.
The horses call postward now for the 9th race. This 8-quarter horse maiden dash over the 330 yards. A field of 9. Scratch number 3, County Line Bill, for Dynasty Apolitical, and take out the 12, Magical Shavado. Scratch 3, 4, and the number 12. Noting 11, Jessa Lookin draws in and breaks from post position number 3. Post 3 for number 11, Jess Lookin. Overweights, the 1+5, 2+5, 5 SE Sotal 3 over. Make the 6+5 pounds. 7 First Republic is 2 pounds over the program weight, and the 10 is 3 over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Here the start, the late double. Duoff. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Rolando Pino with the first time starter, Loves Running Big, has the rail draw. Loves Running Big was first to move into the starting gate. Flight attendant has joined a Loves Running Big. Apolitical Hippie Fast track here over the 330 yards, no wind. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with First Republic. Edgar Diaz, Jessa looking, drew in. Breaks from post position number 3. Jessa looking. Fave Streaking Cartel, Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez. Essie Sotel. Fave Streaking Cartel loaded. 2 back. Giovanni Flores Munoz with Lights and Lips, uses a flipping halter. One more. Neo de Oro, Danny Martinez for Tony Cunningham. Up comes Neo de Oro, so stand by. 330 yards, fast track, no wind, all in line. Ready. They're off. Neo de Oro was sharp away. Essie Sotel, flight attendant, is in between horses. 220 yards to go. Toward the inside, Jessa looking. Here comes Fave Streaking Cartel, along with Neo de Oro on the stand side. It's Fave Streaking Cartel, Neo de Oro, and right there, Lights and Lips, along with Jessa looking and Essie Sotel. A blanket photo finish. Photo finish after the 330 yards. The maiden is up to the judges. Hold all tickets. Nine, 11, 5, 8, 10. Number 9, Lights and Lips. 5-2 first. 11, Jessa looking. 2-1, Just Missed. 5, SC Sotel, a 10-1 third. 8, Fave Streaking Cartel, 4th, and 10, Neo de Oro was 5th. 18.163 for the maiden, 330 yards, fast track, no wind. 18.163 seconds. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 9, Lights and Lips with Giovanni Flores Munoz. Lights and Lips, 3-year-old Sorrel Gelding by the Marfalites. Out of Lips of Sabrina by Jess Lips, Shona Martin trains for Bo Jason Coombs. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lights and Lips out to the maiden ranks. Result official. 9-11 exacta paid $22.60. 50-cent trifecta, $33.20. Pick 3, $456.90. 9-9 double, $117.40. 10-cent superfecta, 9-11-5-8, $14.14. Fave Streaking Cartel was 4th. Neo Deodo 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta, 9-11-5-8-10 for the quarter horse Grand High 5. Return $75.14, 18.163 seconds. One more. 10th ranked quarter horse maiden juvenile, over 300 yards, 16 minutes away. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 CV Paint Your Tools and the 12 Let's Kick It. Scratch the 11 and 12. Reported overweights. The 2 Big Daddy's Lover plus a pound. 3 AJK Raylor 5 over. 4 Dashing for a Kiss plus 7. 5 GV Winner's Blood 4 pounds over the program weight. 7 KV Power a pound over. 8 Cat's Bad Habit plus 4 pounds. 9 Running for the Roses plus 2 pounds. The 10 Chelsea Dashin plus 7 pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. And the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta post time 6:41. Congratulations, Mike Saletta, playing online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Picks up the $100 top prize today in the Beat the Bot handicapping contest. Congratulations to Mike Saletta, playing online with us today. Beats A.I. Allen and Beat the Bot at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. They're off. Neo de Oro was sharp away. S.E. Soto, flight attendant, is in between horses. 220 yards to go. Toward the inside, Jessa looking. Here comes Fave Streaking Cartel, along with Neo de Oro on the stand side. It's Fave Streaking Cartel, Neo de Oro, and right there, Lights and Lips, along with Jessa looking and S.E. Soto. A blanket photo finish.
one more race to go on the Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this time we have 2-year-olds, registered Indiana-bred 2-year-olds who will be competing at the distance of 300 yards. Some of them have a little experience, some of them are first-time starters. And with these young horses, sometimes unpredictable things will happen. But we love watching them run. There's still a couple major futurities coming up in the season at Horseshoe Indy, so the 2-year-old races and the opportunities for these horses to get a little more experience are very, very important to their connections. All right, we do scratch the 11 and 12, still have a nice full field. So let's take a look at a few of the horses that I think are going to do pretty well today. And I'm going to begin with number 6, and that's Jess Off the Wagon, who handled the off-track going in her third-place finish in the Gordon Mobley Futurity Trials. That was back on June 27th for leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston. That man has a busy couple weeks coming up for sure. This is a filly by On the Wagon. She's going to be ridden by Eduardo Diaz, and I think she's got a good shot based on what we saw in those Gordon Mobley Futurity Trials. All right, let's go next to number 7, KV Power. Improved greatly in his second start on July 14th, finishing second by a neck. Claudio Barazza, who we talked about in the last race, very excellent conditioner, 46% in the money, is going to saddle this gelding by KVN Corona. I do like to talk about pedigree quite a bit, and KVN Corona is a very accomplished national stallion. He was a Grade 1 winner and honored as AQHA champion 2-year-old and 3-year-old. So it's no surprise that he is really siring some very, very nice, competent, graded stakes horses. I think this horse is going to give a good account of himself today, KV Power. All right, let's go next to number 9, and that's Run and For the Roses, who ran 4th to TW Cowboy, first down in his Jaguar Rocket Futurity Trial on June 29th. Owned by Duke Racing LLC and trained by German Rodriguez. He's the former jockey. Well, he still rides a little bit, but had a really breakout training year last year. And he's still got some good horses especially with the 2-year-olds, I really think he understands what they need and how he has to be so patient. He's going to equip Running Down for the Roses, who's the son of Favorite Cartel, with the flipping halter, FH. That's what you see in the things. So I expect a good finish under rider Alberto Cerrone. And then we'll round up my top 4 with number 3, and that's AJK Raylar. Second start for trainer Sacramento Chavez. And I thought the debut on June 29th was encouraging. It was a trial for the Jaguar Rocket Futurity. And the horse did pretty well. He's a son of Colt by Trace Sace. And the rider for today's amount will be Oscar Macias. So I think AJK Raylar is a horse to consider in your plays this afternoon. All right, so my finale, it's going to go 6, 7, 9, 3. Good luck to each of the connections. We're going to see you back tomorrow and Thursday. Oh, and we added a Saturday card as well, and there is a quarter horse finale Saturday afternoon as well. Have a good evening, everybody. We'll see you back tomorrow.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 10th race, the finale. A quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. A field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, CV Paint Your Tools, and 12, Let's Kick It. Scratch the AEs 11 and the number 12. Reported overweights. 2, Big Daddy's Lover, a pound over. Number 3, AJK Raylor, 5 over. Number 4, Dashing for a Kiss, plus 7 pounds. Number 5, GV Winner's Blood, and 4 pounds to the program weight. 7, KV Power, a pound over, now 125 there. 8, Cat's Bad Habit, plus 4 pounds. 9, Running for the Roses, plus 2 pounds. 10, Chelsea Dashin, plus 7. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The quarter horse Pentafecta. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Jess off the wagon. HH Jess Being Crazy has the rail draw. Big Daddy's Lover coming up. KV Power. AJK Raylor taking his position within the starting gate. Edgar Diaz with KV Power. Cat's Bad Habit. GV Winner's Blood drew post 5. Here with the 300 yards. GV Winner's Blood. Running for the Roses. 300 yards, fast track, there's no wind as we close out the card. So stand by, one more, Chelsea Dashin, Danny Martinez or Tony Cunningham. Wednesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Here's Chelsea Dashin. Fast track, no wind, all in line for the last of the day. Off in the Tuesday finale. Running for the Roses, out to a sharp start. The gray is Jess off the wagon, 220 yards away. GV Winner's Blood, dashing for a kiss. It's a toss-up. Jess off the wagon with dashing for a kiss. And on the outside, running for the Roses, running for the Roses. Running for the Roses at the finish with Jess off the wagon, dashing for a kiss. GV Winner's Blood and KV Power in the maiden juvenile after the 300 yards. Photos in the maiden juvenile finale. We're standing by for the judge's verdict after race 10 to close out the card. 9, 6, 4, 5, 7, 9. Running for the Roses first. Number 6, Just Off the Wagon was second. Number 4, Dashing for a Kiss third. Number 5, GV Winner's Blood fourth. And 7, KB Power was fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. It's 9, 6, 4, 5, 7. .933 seconds for the 300 yards. Fast track, no wind, out to the quarter horse maiden juvenile. 15.933. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 9. Running for the Roses with Alberto Serrano. Running for the Roses is a 2-year-old Great Gelding by Favorite Cartel. Out of the Separate Interest mare, Separated Rose. Now trained by German Rodriguez for Duke Racing LLC of Chris Duke et al. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Running for the Roses out to the maiden juvenile ranks in 15.933 seconds. Result official. 9-6 exacta, $70 even. 50-cent trifecta, 9-6-4, $115. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, 9-6-4-5-7. KV Power was 5th, $1,075.36. The 9-9 double, $72.80. Combining Lights and Lips with Running for the Roses. 10-cent superfecta, $170.78. And the final pick 3 featured on the card, 999, $141.35. 15.933 for the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash, fast track, and there was no win for the 300-yard finale. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes on Wednesday. Post time tomorrow will be at 2:10 p.m. here in town. Until then, for all of us at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth on a sunny one here in the Hoosier State. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off of the Tuesday finale. Running for the Roses out to a sharp start. The gray is Jess off the wagon, 220 yards away. GV Winner's Blood, dashing for a kiss. It's a toss-up. Jess off the wagon with dashing for a kiss. And on the outside, Running for the Roses. Running for the Roses. Running for the Roses at the finish with Jess off the wagon.